Hello, hello. I don't know if this is working. If it is, can I ask everyone to take a seat, please, and we'll be starting shortly. Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. My name is Daniel Bond. I'm the Publishing Director at The Parliament magazine. It's my pleasure to welcome you all today for our first Intellectual Property Forum, The Future of Intellectual Property, both those of you here in the room and joining us online. Europe's economic model is increasingly defined by its ability to create, protect, and scale ideas. And intellectual property sits at the center of that equation. IP is not purely a legal or a technical domain. It's better understood as a strategic lever for competitiveness, for industrial policy, and ultimately for Europe's position in the far more contested global economy in which we find ourselves. And that context is shifting very quickly, as we all know. We're seeing rapid advances in AI and digital technologies, new forms of creative production, and intensifying global competition, notably from the US and from China. That raises a set of practical questions for policymakers and for industry alike, whether Europe's IP frameworks are sufficiently agile, whether they provide the right incentives for investment, and whether they strike the right balance between protection and openness. All of this is what we're going to be discussing in this morning's event. Over the course of the event, we'll move across three core pillars of IP: patents, trademarks, and copyright, looking at them not in isolation, but as part of a broader ecosystem that underpins investment, brand value, and Europe's creative industries. We'll hear from policymakers, from industry leaders, and legal experts on where the framework is working, where it is falling short, and what adjustments may be required. I'd like to start by thanking our partner, Qualcomm, for all of their support in making today's discussion possible, and all of our fantastic lineup of speakers. A quick housekeeping note, this event is on the record. We are being live streamed, and we encourage all of you to engage with the discussion, engage with the panels, and to share your insights on social media. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our opening keynote speaker, and it's someone who hardly needs an introduction. As the former Prime Minister of Italy and now President of the Jacques Delors Institute, Enrico Letta has been at the forefront of Europe's economic and policy debate for many, many years. In recent months, in particular, his report on the future of the single market has sparked a significant debate and action across Brussels and European capitals, raising fundamental questions about Europe's competitiveness, its ability to scale innovation, and the fragmentation that continues to hold back growth. His work has set out a clear direction of travel, a more integrated, more coherent European market, one that is capable of supporting innovation at scale. And within that, of course, the role of intellectual property is critical. So it is especially timely to have him with us this morning to help frame today's discussion. With that, Mr. Letta, thank you very much for joining us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you for the invitation. I congratulate you and the Parliament for your job. I think you play a fundamental role in the Brussels debate. I start with an episode, what happened to me last week in DC. that can be, I think, interesting when you mention the word scale twice in your introduction. I was chairing a panel between American and European voices on the title, Can Europe Scale? ? And one of the panelists started saying that, I don't know, but because I don't know, I asked AI to answer the question. And he read the answer to the question, and he said, I asked an American-based AI tool, and the answer to the question, can Europe scale, was no. And the answer was, because Europe is debating months and months on two good reports, but nothing is happening, and the European decision-making system will create a lot of obstacles, so the answer is no. Then someone from the audience raised the hand and said, can I say, I asked AI European-based tool the same question, and the answer is yes, because, and he read some part of the answer saying more optimistic on Europe. I was a little bit impressed by what happened with these two different answers. First of all, because it's the demonstration that AI is important, but is a truth with a minor t, not with a big T. And that is probably important to understand also that as Europeans, we have to be a little bit more involved in that, because it is clear that probably the number of word readers of the answer at the American-based AI system is much, much bigger than the answer to the European-based system. And that is not good for Europe, of course, because the sense of the answer will be more negative than positive. This is why I think your discussion today is really very timely and very positive. Also because in Brussels, this is a week that will be decisive, I think, for these topics. In these very hours, the Commission and the Council will discuss about the possibility to boost the plan One Europe, One Market, and the plan One Europe, One Market is exactly based on the idea to try to accelerate and to try to invest of more integrated Europe, more simple Europe. You know that the European Commission launched this first draft and this first initiative based on the idea, the cultural idea of the 28 regime. The Commission launched a draft named EU INC, and this EU INC goes, in my view, in the right direction, and the right direction is to make more simple for business to scale, more simple for young and innovative business to stay in Europe and not to invent in Europe and then to fly to the US. And that is, for me, the most important challenge today. One Europe, One Market is the sense of a plan for Europe for the next years, with the idea to have the same method that was successful 40 years ago when Delors launched the Acte Unique and then the single market. It was a success because it was a package at that time. And this package had many different chapters, and all the leaders were able to put together the different aspects and the different chapters, and it was a great success. It was a success also because at that time it was a change and treaty change based. The single market was a treaty change. Today it is impossible for political reasons. It will take too much time to have treaty changes. So the idea is to have a package of norms that are norms that they can be in dialogue among themselves based on the different aspects that are, of course, connectivity, innovation, digital, a big chapter, the chapter on energy, that is today fundamental and crucial today with a big mismatch, if I may say. And that is the main problem for the European leaders. The mismatch is between short-term answers that are needed because of the raise of energy prices because of the present war in the Middle East, and at the same time the need to have structural reforms. And it is clear that structural reforms are not giving answers with 1 month, 2 months, or 1 year. The main problem in Europe is that on these topics, digital integration, innovation, energy integration, financial markets integration, we were for 30 years without having these structural reforms. And today we are paying the price of this lack of ambition. And this is why the plan One Europe, One Market is absolutely fundamental. But this is why there's the mismatch that I was mentioning. And the mismatch today maybe is the most relevant challenge, because it is clear that all the system, political system, media system, is waiting for short-term immediate answers. But for instance, on energy, these short-term immediate answers can be only subsidies or relaxation of Stability Pact. This is not a structural reform. And the big need is to have the two in the same time. And on the integration of financial market, that is the third big chapter of the One Europe, One Market, is for me the most important one also for innovation and growth. Because at the end of the day, what Europe missed in the last years was a level, a dimension of financial investments that were not available at European level for the needs of the ambition for innovation. This is what happened in the US and what happened in China and what didn't in Europe, for the very simple reason that we are 27 financial market and not one. And the consequence is that we play in the same championship, in the same league with the US in terms of people, in terms of strength, in terms of dimension. But when we go to financial markets, we are not playing the same league. If you take the numbers and the impact of dimension, the fact that we are 27 fragmented financial markets and the US is one market creates a very simple difference. And the difference is in terms of dimension. If you take all the American financial brands and you put in a same basket with all the European financial brands, and you mix, and then you put them in a list by dimension, the first 35 are American, and the first European is the 36th in terms of dimension. That gives the idea of two different championships, two different leagues. And this is the reason of the fragmentation and the cost of fragmentation. What brings me to optimism is the fact that today in Brussels, in the national capitals, the sense of the limit of fragmentation is common awareness. It was not the case some years ago. Today is common awareness, and the need to integrate and to go fast for this integration mode is there. One Europe, One Market is the plan that the European Council approved in political terms 3 weeks ago, and tomorrow and Thursday and Friday they will give another boost to that. What is very important is the fact that also that in the national capitals it is becoming more and more a priority. I think what happened also in Hungary some days ago is the demonstration that the European idea and the need to look at Europe as boost for integration is becoming more and more important. I would like to end up by saying that is the last chance for Europe. Is the last chance because we have now a sense of urgency and a sense of awareness. If we don't deliver now, I think the frustration and the idea that it's impossible with this system will gain ground. This is why I'm very happy that today you have the possibility to discuss about these topics, of course to have a focus on a specific part of this discourse, but I wanted to give you the big picture, because without this big picture, it is impossible so to be successful in that. If we don't have the integration of financial markets, all the topics that you will discuss today will be empty, probably. And the same for the other key points. So I hope that this discussion today will be successful, and I hope, first of all, that One Europe, One Market will be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Letta, for framing and setting the tone for the discussions to follow. Now I'd like to hand over to the moderator for our first session, our Fireside Chat, which will be moderated by Axel Ferrazzini. There he is, Managing Director at the 4IP Counsel. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I know it is early, but believe me, you won't regret waking up early. We have today, for this Fireside Chat, brilliant speakers. My name is Axel Ferrazzini. I'm the Managing Director of 4IP Counsel, a research council based in Brussels with one mission: developing high-quality insight on intellectual property rights. So we have heard the introductory remarks from President Letta. And in this Fireside Chat, the goal is really to have an interactive discussion. But first, I have to remind you that this is on the record, and please do not hesitate to use social media to engage and to share your views. We are not going to take questions after this session, but you will have the opportunity to ask all your questions during the panel discussions later today, okay? What is very important for me is to say that advising SMEs and big companies on IP is crucial, because it is sometimes misunderstood, it can be complex, but overall, it is working very well. I think we are here for one thing. You know, I hear very often, IP is boring, you know, that it doesn't look like very sexy, but overall, intellectual property rights, intellectual property as a whole, is the foundation of creativity, innovation, and invention. And in Europe, we understood this. And as you know, for the World's IP Day, the theme is IP and sports. So that's a great idea. And that will be the challenge of our session, to integrate sports with IP. Bear with me, I will try my best. We'll have 40 minutes, okay? And the goal is really to have a dynamic discussion. So I would like to welcome on stage our brilliant speakers, starting with Anne Chaplin, Senior Executive Vice President at Qualcomm, also Legal Counsel, General Counsel. And before working for Qualcomm, Anne was working for General Motors. She brings a broad experience in regulatory, legal, and many other things. So Anne, welcome. Please have a seat. And I would like to welcome also Horacio Gutierrez, who is a Senior Executive Vice President at the Walt Disney Company. I mean, you're bringing a wealth of experience, global affairs, public policy, legal. You have been leading many, many topics. And I understand that you also worked before Walt Disney for Spotify and Microsoft, so a wide diversity. So please come on stage. One important note, our speakers today bring a lot of diversity and roots in Europe, roots also in the United States and Venezuela. And I believe that, Horacio, you haven't lived in Brussels in the past.
Yes, when I was at Microsoft, I spent a few years here in Europe, and it was a very interesting time with some differences of opinion between Microsoft and the European Commission. So I learned a lot from that experience, including humility. That was one of the biggest lessons that I learned.
So I'm deeply honored, to be honest. That's my personal note. I'm deeply honored to be with you on stage. You are working for companies that are really representing the best use of intellectual property rights. Different ways, but I would like to better understand, and I'm sure that the audience online and in the room will be glad to better understand what are your views on the role of AI overall, and how is it important for your companies? Maybe Anne?
Sure. So just starting on the role of IP, in particular for our company, it's critically important. I'm so happy to be with you to talk about it today because it's so foundational to so many companies. For us at Qualcomm, we started out from the very beginning focusing on IP and developing innovation and being able to bring that innovation to market. And one of the most critical things that the IP system provides is it gives you a reason to actually do research and development. Foundational research and development that you need to do years in advance, that's risky, that you don't know what will work and what won't, but you only make those investments if you can protect it. Because otherwise, why would you do it if everyone else can just copy it and take the same thing without giving you value? And so really, IP is such a fundamental foundation for why you invest. So over the years, our company has invested $110 billion into R&D that we never would have been able to justify but for the IP system. In the last decade alone, we've put $70 billion into research and development. And then we use that to bring it forward and share it with others so that other companies can utilize those inventions and actually launch their businesses. And so over time, that we've developed over 200,000 patents and pending patent applications that then we make available through a licensing program to other companies that have developed phenomenal products on top of that and brought all sorts of experiences to consumers. So I think that's what's been so critical for us for IP is really that invention and licensing cycle, and then we take the licensing money and reinvest it in R&D. Because for us to move forward and to develop, I think it's a critical motivator. And for private companies, right, you have to have that return on investment. I also think that lots of the time people think of IP as limiting, right, or keeping it to yourself. And for us, it's the IP system that allows us to scale that investment and to really put it out into the world and to allow it to be used by others and to have whole ecosystems build up around that capability. Given that we made foundational investments that ended up in the 3G, 4G, and 5G standards that were adopted then and are part of the global standard, we're able to then put it out into the world. And it's allowed it to scale much larger than if we just as one company created things and made it for ourselves and kept it for our own products. So that's why for us it's been a fundamental, really important aspect of what we do every day and how we bring that innovation forward for others.
How is it for your company, Horacio?
Well, we operate in a somewhat different space than Qualcomm does, but the principle is the same. At the end of the day, our company is perhaps a quintessential IP company. From the very beginning of the company, it was built on innovating in terms of storytelling and integrating technology, innovation, and creativity. And when you think of Disney, you think of a movie that's the beginning of everything from our perspective that then moves on to perhaps a Disney park where there are physical experiences that people can enjoy or television series and streaming technologies, consumer products, cruise ships. So this notion of what people call a flywheel that even in the 50s Walt Disney envisioned, which is a way of taking this idea, this creativity, this creation that appeals to people, and then really having an entire set of ways in which those can be exposed to people. And they're fundamental business realities, and without the protection of IP, that business wouldn't be possible, not only in our home country, but all over the world. And when you think about it, it's not only benefits for the company, but it's thousands, hundreds of thousands of direct jobs and really millions of indirect jobs and economic impact all over the world. I just came here from visiting our park in Paris and our new frozen land and the excitement of people coming in. But it is a multi-million-dollar investment in what's now the #1 tourist attraction in all of Europe. And at the core of it was the creativity that was embodied in a film that then we were able to put out and distribute around the world. And that has basically resulted in all of that. But it's always been a marriage of storytelling and creativity and technology. So in that sense, we're not that far apart. People don't know that Walt Disney actually had patents issued to him on the multi-plane camera, which was the first thing that created a sense of depth with animation. And you could see moving backgrounds and movies like Snow White and those early movies from the 20s were actually the result of breakthrough innovations. It was the first time where you would have synchronized audio and images in a movie which was a long-length sort of feature movie that was animated. And then you go to George Lucas and Lucasfilm, which is a studio that is part of the Disney family and revolutionizing digital editing of film and just a transition from analog technologies into digital. So, or look at Avatar and James Cameron and the special effects that go into that. Technology has always been an essential part of the storytelling process. And you talked about AI. AI is the latest, but incredibly exciting set of tools when they're in the hands of human creators, because it just can enable scenarios and experiences that we haven't seen before. So we have this interesting relationship with AI, because on the one hand, we appreciate the promise of the technology. We want to understand it. We want to use it. We want to harness the power of AI to make our storytelling even more powerful. And at the same time, we recognize that if AI is used in a way that is not responsible, then you have to worry about the protection of our IP and the value that we put into all of that. We have to worry about the online safety of children that are accessing that content. And sometimes our IP is being used by people for nefarious purposes to try to lure kids into scenarios that end up creating harm. So it's a complex set of issues, as you would expect of a transformational technology that's going to touch every part of society. There are going to be really great business and cultural and scientific breakthroughs that are going to come from that. And at the same time, there are going to be areas in which you're going to have to watch that the technology doesn't end up being used for harmful purposes.
Well, what's very interesting is we see technology, invention, and creativity, they are just intertwined. When one company is creating something new, then it can be leveraged differently. We cannot even imagine how those inventions will be created. And there is no way not to talk about AI, okay? In the introductory remarks from President Letta, yes, AI is here to stay. And I understand that it may also have direct impacts on your business models, on your activities. What I would like to dig into a little bit is what are your views on how AI will impact your business, but more positively, how AI is leveraged for innovating and creating as a whole? Maybe Anne?
Sure. So I think it's going to be one of the most transformational technologies of our time. I think it already is, and we're all seeing it very quickly. And you see it across a whole range of things within your life. I keep seeing my kids use it for their studying. I hope it's really good at calculus, right? It will matter a lot for my son. And because because you interact with it, right? You ask it questions, you ask follow-up questions. And so it can be this tool that can be very powerful. And for years, innovators have used all sorts of tools. We've used computers, we've used calculators, we've used microscopes, we've had all sorts of scientific devices that we've used to enable invention. And this is a new tool that we're going to use. So I think it can really help us to accelerate the pace of innovation. It can get through a lot of information quickly. I like it that it helps us find things more quickly. It's great at searching within your own system. It's great at getting through a lot of data. But in the end, it needs to be a human-centric process that we work on, because you need to guide that AI, right? It is not going to decide. It is not going to make judgment calls. You need to do that and guide it and make the decisions, because in the end, we need to be responsible for the output. And so I think that it's been important that in Europe and in the US, that in the IP space, that inventorship is still human-centric, right? We all have a system where it needs to be a human inventor. We're not going to have AI listed as an inventor on a patent, for instance. It needs to be something that a human has guided. And so I think we need to harness the power of AI to make new breakthroughs and to help us get through more data quickly. But also we need to keep the human at the center. We need to make sure we're doing it responsibly. We need to make sure we're exercising judgment. We all know there's hallucinations in that system, and that we need to keep making sure that we're at the center of doing that and making the decisions. But at the same time, I think we need policies to make clear what the rules are going to be, so that we can all guide our companies about the appropriate use of AI, and especially in the IP space, what's going to be protectable and what's not, what needs to be disclosed and what does not, and so that we all do it right. Because I think you have a business community that all wants to be responsible, but also wants to move very quickly, wants to make sure that Europe and the US and everywhere that our companies are, we want to bring forward new innovation quickly, but we also want to do it in the right way with good results. So I think it's a very powerful tool, but it's also, right, we're all learning a lot from it right now. We're learning how best to utilize it, and we just want to make sure still that we do things that are protectable and that end up being positive for society.
Very good.
I think there's an undeniable transformational impact of AI, and we look at it, and we're still in the phase of trying to understand. There's a lot of hype into it. There's a lot of reality that we're still grappling with. So it's very early. And we as humans tend to think that every time something this important in the technology space happens, that this is the first time that it happens in history. But we know from being in the industry that we are in, that technological disruption has been happening increasingly faster and faster. I mean, we live in the world of streaming today, which was enabled because of the internet and broadband connectivity and the access of people to that technology. That changed everything. During our lifetimes, e-commerce has become the rule. The way we buy things, the way we consume content, the way we create content is completely different today. And so we've asked these questions. It was computing, and then personal computing, and then mobile computing, and then cellular telephony, and all those things. The reality is our lifetimes have been packed with really consequential technology disruption. And if there's one thing that we learn from those things, is that it can be incredibly positive, it will be transformational, it will change people's lives for the better, and it can also have a negative effect that needs to be watched out. So the way I think about it is, AI will be transformational, but it does not have to be lawless. That is, we have to understand that the rules that apply in the physical world apply to the world of AI and the platforms, just like they applied in the world of the internet. They were not suspended. The laws of gravity were not suspended because the people can now live online, even though it may seem that that's the case. And I think here, whether it is in terms of protecting IP, or whether it is in terms of content moderation and safety. There's a very significant debate, by the way, that's happening at both, on both sides of the Atlantic over social platforms and the safety of children and the safety of users in general, not just children. We just happen to care about children because for Disney is such an important part of our audience. Well, those same concerns are going to be, if anything, multiplied with respect to AI. So the debate is being presented in some quarters as this is a binary thing. You either protect AI innovation or you're going to lose this notional fight with some other nation or some other company or some other region. So the way to protect innovation is to basically completely step outside and let the technology evolve as it sees fit. Well, we've learned the lesson in the past. And the lesson is that there has to be some core level of regulation, not to the point where you are eliminating the ability and the freedom to innovate, but also there are some core principles in terms of harms to users and in terms of protection of sort of the human values that underpin society that are really important. In our case, creativity. This notion that in order for the technology industry to be able to progress, you have to sacrifice the creative industries in Europe. Well, that is actually a false choice. You don't have to. There is a way of doing responsible AI, an approach to AI where technology breakthroughs can be guided to the same set of principles that apply to society in the physical world and in the internet and all of those places to ensure that you have the best of both worlds. And I would argue that is perfectly fundamentally consistent with European values and with American values. And it is precisely what we've learned from our experience with prior waves of disruptive technology that we have experienced in our lifetime.
That's exactly what I like in intellectual property rights. Most of the time when it is used correctly, it is hidden. We don't see IP. We just see the results. We see what it can create. I will always remember the first time I went to Disneyland Paris, when it just opened 2 weeks after, so that's a long time ago. Some of you were not born.
You should go back.
No, and then I went back with my daughter, and you always have the same results. You're just amazed. Maybe you have seen everything before, but you will rediscover again and again. And second thing is, when I used the first time a mobile phone, a cellular phone, in the 90s, I was like, how come? I was not yet an engineer. I didn't know how it was working, but I didn't care how it was working. The magic was there, and I think I had the same feeling for both events.
Can I just say something else? That actually in a world that is increasingly online, which is a very isolated world, physical experiences are going to be at a premium. And we're starting to see it in some of our parks around the world, that people particularly value the opportunity to go out there, to go with friends and have those things. They're becoming more rare, unfortunately, because we live so much of our lives online. And so the ability to create those experiences, which is only possible because we have the set of economic incentives to be able to do it, that is going to become more and more valuable.
I have a question for you. In your opinion, what is required for US companies, North American companies, and European companies to continue their technological innovation, leadership in the next cellular generations?
So it's such an exciting time in the cellular technology space. And I know some of our friends from Nokia and Ericsson are in the room too. And so it's a critically important time for all of us together to be working on the standards for 6G, because it's coming very soon. You'll see some pre-commercial launches already for the LA Olympics in 2028. And so we're really excited about it, but it's not a given, right? It takes a massive amount of work. And so European and US and other global companies are all involved in working on that standard together, because there's massive amounts of innovation that needs to go into it. 6G is not just a a faster 5G, right? We already are fortunate to have all sorts of data at our fingertips, to have streaming, and to have all sorts of benefits that we see every day. I was thinking the first time I came to Brussels years ago, I was trying to explain to one of my kids that I used MapQuest and printed instructions and tried to drive my way around because we didn't have smartphones then. I had a terrible time finding my way, totally terrible. But luckily I could drive a stick, which was essential at that moment. And but right now we already have all of this ability at our fingertips. But for 6G, it's actually going to incorporate AI functionality. It needs to be a new generation that actually enables more and more functionality that we all need. It needs to be AI native, a platform for AI native work. We need to also have great connectivity. Think of all of the things we need to do in real time. The benefits that you see, I know, take robotics, for instance, which is growing in Europe. I know Axel's daughter was in a play just last night and was a robot in the play, right? And was quite darling. And so, but all of a sudden we're really seeing this advancement in robotics. And so think about what 6G means for that also. Think about what it means for us for our automotive vehicles. Having worked at General Motors before, right, we're very focused always on safety and those driver assistance features and making sure that your vehicle stops, and as autonomous driving is coming more and more around the world and should improve safety as well, what that means. But it's also critically important that we have a 6G system that works to support all of this innovation. And so it's a critical time that companies are innovating and coming up with what this foundation is that then will be brought out because of the global standard to so many places around the world. And so I think what we really need is to keep investing in R&D. To have that, we have to have a strong IP system, or no one could afford to make the investment if you weren't able to do that return. We also really have to think about our talent development. I know there's always so much concern with AI and what will that mean for jobs, but people continue to be needed to do this work, and we really need to focus on the capabilities that are going to be needed for this technology for the future, and that requires the best talent from all over the world. It means that the European strong education system, the great universities, the great research institutions are going to be fundamental to that contribution as well. And so I think we really need to keep focusing on that and making it so that we can get talent from everywhere, because this is a really exciting time. There's a great time for a huge number of industries to thrive and to step forward and to bring forward innovation, but we need to be able to we need to be really focused on it. It's not a given. It won't just happen if we don't have strong systems and focus to support that.
That's very interesting and hopeful. But Horacio, how can companies in the US and Europe can actually maintain their leadership in the next generation technology while embedding, and that's very important, I believe, at least in Europe, to embedding responsibility, trust, and societal benefit?
Well, first of all, I think it's an expectation that our users and society have in terms of our behavior. So the ultimate check will be the preferences of people who want to come to our parks, who want to go on one of our cruise ships or want to watch our content. They need to be able to trust. The trust element is going to have to be there, and then that determines how we approach it. And again, our view is we want to be the best company in the entertainment industry in terms of how we weave that technology into our experiences. Just think of a world of, a combination of AI and augmented reality and, into the experiences when you go into a park or something like that. The promise of that is incredible. And we have people from our Imagineers to people in our technology groups working in making that a reality. But as you're doing that, then you have to make sure that you're going to be doing it in a way that serves the user base and that looks after their interests, because in the long run, you're going to be judged in that way. We're a company who's been around for 104 years. We expect to be around for another 100 years. So the way we are perceived, this very deep, almost emotional connection that users have with us is very important to us, and that relies on trust. We are an experience that I experienced when I was a kid. When I joined Disney, I showed a picture of me at 13 years old in Magic Kingdom. And to make the point that even though I had just joined Disney, the reality is it was almost like coming back home for me because it was part of my experience growing up. And then I took my daughters there, and now my granddaughter is going to the park. And that is there because you know what you're going to get, and because you trust that even though they will surprise you with the quality of the experiences, that you can fundamentally trust that it's going to be wholesome, family-oriented entertainment. So when we do anything that we do in the area of technology, we think about it of technology at the service of storytelling and at the service of delighting our users and our fans and our guests that go into our park. And we're constantly asking the questions that people in our jobs need to ask, which is, are we being responsible in how we deal with personal data of the individuals coming in, particularly for everyone, but particularly when you're talking about children that are involved in that. And is this experience safe? And are we being respectful of not only our interest from an intellectual property perspective, but other people's IP interest and the talent and the creators and the directors that are done into that. So, we're all very excited about this technology, but it doesn't suspend the need to have all these responsible professional filters on how we deliver the technologies and how we put them at the service of the products and services we create, but also of the people that we serve.
Exactly. That's what I like in how to leverage intellectual property rights. At the end of the day, nobody really cares, but they are all benefiting from this. And now that's the moment that you were all waiting for, the challenge, having IP and sports together. And to be honest, while preparing this session, I started to look at Disney+. And I realized that Disney+, is not only about animation. That's not only about National Geographic. You have a lot of sport-related content.
Yeah.
And so I would like, if possible, Horacio, if you can give us a hint, how actually sports are integrating into your business today.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, there isn't much of a jump between the topic of IP and sports, because the reality is global sports today rely on intellectual property rights. Just ask any league. Go ask FIFA or any of the national soccer leagues in Europe about that. The sports rely on intellectual property. In the entertainment world, it's really interesting because in this world of attention economics and fragmentation, where people's attentions aren't really concentrated, we don't do appointment television anymore to go watch a show together. Sports, and live sports in particular, it is a unique set of experiences that actually still convenes the attention of people over a particular event. And in a world of on-demand viewing and streaming and binging of television, that is becoming rare. And it is very valuable for advertisers. It is incredibly valuable for people who own the streaming platforms, because that means it increases engagement. It means people keep coming back for other games. There's a whole set of what we call shoulder programming around it, which are stories about the leagues and the teams and the players that make the experience much more interesting. So it is, for us, it is central, the sports element within entertainment, and particularly live sports. It is central, and it is one of our areas of strength. And thank you for pointing out that it's not just about Disney movies. Our Disney platforms had a wide variety of general entertainment content, as well as the IP franchises, live sports, soap operas, anything you want, you can go find it there.
That's really amazing. But at the core of this transformation, there is technology. And that's why, Anne, if you can explain us, how the combination of innovation and IP has actually transformed the sports industry.
It's so fun to see how it's changed and how technology is being used within sports as well. So first, you can think about it as first just brand identity. when you think about, say, Manchester United, it was the first European football team to trademark its name. And so it's how it protects its reputation and how it protects its identity, and as it's leveraged itself into a huge global brand, right, that is watched now the whole world over. We happen to be a sponsor of it at Qualcomm. We're front of shirts, so we're very excited. There are Manchester United jerseys all over Qualcomm offices now. And but it's because you can trademark it, right, you can control the quality of what the experiences that you want people to have. So I think first the trademark protection side of it is great, and you see that all the time. It's also changing that fan experience. As Horacio was mentioning, I didn't know it was called the shoulder content, thank you, but I love that. But it's all of these extras that we're used to, right? It's because now you can stream all of this content everywhere, and so many people are watching on mobile devices. Everywhere you go, you see them, and that we can get it all at convenient times so that you don't have to miss it, and that the quality of it is so strong, and also that you have these shots where there's drone footage, so you can get certain angles. All the while, you can pull up stats about the players. You can learn more about it, and so it's really changing how people experience the game and making it so that you feel like you're on the sidelines or even in the game. And also, even when you go to the event and you're in an arena, you're seeing more and more private 5G networks so that tens of thousands of people can be online successfully when you're there, and pulling up content all of the time as well. And so in France they have the Orange Velodrome was the first 5G-enabled stadium. And so tens of thousands of people have this functionality at their fingertips while they experience the games as well. So I think that's exciting, all the instant replay, all of these data that's right at your fingertips. And then also you see sports using technology and data, massive amounts of data, to make themselves more competitive. And so you can think of Formula One, for instance, where during a race there's massive terabytes of data going on, and that data is being used by those teams to decide exactly when to make their move, when to hold back, when to pit, right? What do you need to do? And so this data can make that sport even more competitive. It can track the performance of the vehicle. It can track the issues going on. And so I think that really, even though we're seeing the experience, and even at Disney, right, you're seeing the experience online, there's so much behind it that continues to drive progress forward, that makes people in this relentless pursuit to be better and to drive passion and really competition that we all love in sports every day.
And Anne, if I can build on that,
Please.
The experience of watching sports is also changing. You know, it's not just people sitting back and just watching the game the way, you know, I do it. Like, young people are leaning forward and they want data, they want stats, and they want, you know, to look at their fantasy teams, and they're maybe doing sports betting on the side and all those things, and they may be jumping from one game to the other. The way people experience sports has changed the technology needs, and technology has in turn changed the way people experience sports. So this marriage of the two worlds, I think, has been really good for fandom, and it's going to continue to change.
I think you have a very good point, because the interactivity, back in the days, I remember 20, 30 years ago, we were just watching. It was very passive, I don't know. And now with this interactivity, and you said online betting, yeah, I know youngsters who are really checking everything, all the analytics, real time, and betting. And I was like, oh my God, you know, we are really different.
Yeah.
But they are just leveraging the technologies that we have developed for them. So that's a new usage. As a last word, if you had just one recommendation to make, maybe for European companies, SMEs, or overall how to merge innovation and IP, what would it be?
You want to go?
You know, I would say, you know, try to find balance. I think in all of these things, when it comes to whether it's a regulatory approach or the way that you approach it, it's about striking balance. These black and white solutions, the extreme solutions, are rarely the ones that are going to be sustainable in the long run, and we're trying to achieve that balance between embracing the technology and the positive sides of that while protecting the human contribution to it and protecting users. It's not sexy, it's not easy. It's a lot more catchy to have an extreme view on one extreme or the other. That's not the way the world works. It certainly isn't for a company like ours, that for which our fan base has such high expectations. So we're striking to be forward-leaning and to continue to bring technology to everything we do, but do it in a responsible way.
I think too that it's a time of great change, and there's to be open to what's coming and to have new ideas and to think of what people need, and how you bring that forward so often is through technology. And so I think for so many companies, it's about trying to work responsibly with all of the increased data that we have, but to really focus on the customer needs. I know Disney is so famous for how it focuses on customer experience all the time for people that visit. I think for all of us, we're always thinking about the needs and how to make it better. And so I think that IP has this foundational capability to enable us to all focus on those needs and make that investment and bring it forward and keep an open mind so that we are in this mode of constant improvement. When you look at what we heard about from President Letta and the excitement, like there's so much exciting work going on in Europe, so many new companies coming forward, so much new technology. When you think about, yes, our online, you mentioned earlier, the online purchases and all, right? I mean, I got the note last night, my kids needed groceries. I ordered them from Brussels. It was lovely, right? But I think that these things make our lives better, but there's so many more things to come. And so I'm really excited about what we'll see next. I think there'll be massive breakthroughs, and it's a wonderful time for us all to come together, and Europe is going to play such an important part in that. I'm excited to see it.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you IP is not boring. Okay? So I would like to have a last round of applause for our fantastic speakers. Thank you very much. Sharing knowledge is so important. Now I would like to invite my colleague Nicolas Lagergrain to come on stage, and he will be leading us for our first panel discussion.
Thank you, Axel.
Thank you for coming.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's nice to see so many friends here. I also realize that there are lots of former colleagues that I'm really happy to see again. And actually former bosses that I'm also happy to see again. I see Dorothy over there, Horacio, of course. And we only have 45 minutes, so it will sound a little bit parochial when I say it, but basically our topic today is the future of IP in Europe. And I think it's a key issue, and this is true for Europe, but also for other regions. We are basically at a crossroad with the global competition intensifying and technological innovation accelerating. And in all of this, I think IP is a strategic engine driving industrial growth and shaping the continent's economic future. This is true for Europe, it's true for other continents as well. But at this stage, I would like to invite my fellow panelists to the stage, please. There you are. Hi, Francesca. We're missing one?
Yeah.
No, there we are.
That's it.
Yeah. So, first of all, starting with the European Parliament, I want to welcome Adrián to join us. and you are, of course, a Spanish MEP. I don't know why I say of course, but from the EPP party, and also you're a key member in the sense that you sit in the Legal Affairs Committee of the European Parliament. So you're actually one of the MEPs that are in charge of our main issues today, starting with patent, but also more generally on IP, copyright, that will be discussed later in the day. So I'm welcoming you today. To my left side, I also have Francesca Ferrari, and you are really quite a master of many trades, because I know you're an IP specialist. You're teaching at Insubria University, but you're also a visiting scholar at the Harvard Law School. You also have visiting gigs, teaching in Amsterdam, and so anyway. And the amazing thing also I find is that I know that you're very much specialized in patent, IP, industrial property, but you also have quite a knowledge when it comes to copyright, which will be useful as well in the rest of the panels later today. For instance, on innovative changes and AI and copyright, for instance. And then moving to Patrice, to my left, you are with the European Patent Office, basically the liaison office of the EPO in Brussels, which you had. And then I would also like to say welcome to my fellow Swede, Christina, welcome. And basically you are the chief IP officer at Ericsson. You've been with Ericsson for quite a while, since the end of the 90s, I think. So you must have seen a lot, not only on 5G, but of course 6G and so on. We'll get to that later in the discussion. But I just want to remind people that we have been asked to basically broach a series of questions today, and in no particular order, and you will all get the floor, of course. But I'll start with you later, Francesca. One of the first questions we've been asked to address is whether there are any inconsistencies between the unitary patent, the UPC, and national courts in Europe, and how could we deliver a genuinely harmonized enforcement regime in that framework? And I would like to start with you, Francesca, if you could give us an idea of how you see the enforcement world in this situation, and how you see the future, and how you see the regime potentially being more harmonized.
Sure.
And if it should.
Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. I would like to start with a quite simple point. In my view, the European intellectual property right enforcement framework does not need a fundamental rethink, because it works. And more importantly, in my view, it works because it is based on a precise balance. We all know that the baseline is the enforcement directive that was designed to, I'm not going to be a teacher, but that was designed to supersede the inconsistencies within different member states' frameworks. And in a certain way, it was designed to assure that intellectual property rights were not only granted or recognized, but effectively protected across member states and across internal market. It is a system that delivers predictable solutions, and in Europe, that predictability is essential. And it is a system in which, if the infringement is found, then there is a consequence. Or better, then there is the chance to be able to stop the infringement. And this is the reason why in Europe still injunctions play a central role. In Europe, the idea is straightforward. If a right is infringed, the right holder should have the chance to stop the infringement. And this does not mean in any way rigidity of the system. Why? Because this system always incorporates proportionality. And the Court of Justice has consistently made clear that IP rights must be balanced with other fundamental rights. And the difference, or better, the peculiarity is that this balance happens within a structured framework. So, as I wrote in a recent paper, I deem that in a certain way, what should be avoided is to import foreign approaches. And mainly I'm thinking to the equitable test that had been, that is the, the norm within the US after eBay decision. Why? Because although there is a growing tendency to think to this system as a possibility for European enforcement, I think that the eBay decision fundamentally changed the US system. In that country, the injunctions were the norm when infringement was found, and they became exceptional and highly discretionary. The result was clearly a shift toward monetary compensation and, to be honest, a greater tolerance towards infringement. Importing that approach, in my view, would be a mistake, but I deem that it would be a mistake because it would not modernize our system, but it would probably destabilize it. We have also to think that in Europe, for example, we do not have, or better, punitive damages play a completely different role than in the US. And so weakening injunctions, for example, would mean weakening weakening enforcement, or going to, in a certain way, effective infringement or something like that.
And if I may interrupt you for a second, Francesca, do you think that's the reason why the issue itself has become so conflictual whenever we have discussions, for example, in Brussels around the IPRED directive? I'm wondering if that's the source of potentially the discussions.
I deem that the reason why we have such a polarization.
Yeah, polarization is the right
word. Yes. With respect to IP enforcement are many. First of all, there are completely different business models. So we have some companies that innovate primarily to develop and commercialize products, but we have also other companies, I'm thinking to SMEs or to research organizations that rely much more on licensing. And for them, IP rights are core economic assets. Then we cannot avoid to say that also the increasing complexity and interdependence of technology plays a role. And so innovation today is rarely standalone. And there are multiple layers of technology in a single product. We heard before about AI or quantum technology are all situations in which we have such complexity. So enforcement is no longer a bilateral issue, but it's an issue that affects entire supply chains, affect standardized technologies, and ecosystems where many different players are interdependent one with respect to the other. Moreover, the debate, I think, is influenced by a broader political and geopolitical dimension. So IP is no more only a legal framework, but a strategic tool for competitiveness. And finally, I think that sometimes the debate is presented as really polarized, but also in very simple terms. While the reality is that the system is trying to balance multiple legitimate objectives. So the real challenge is not to eliminate the differences, but to manage them in a balanced and predictable way. And we have to think that competitiveness in Europe is not just about innovation, but is consists in how Europe will be able to translate innovation into economic value.
Thank you, Francesca. It's a neat segue you provide me here to going to your neighbor, Adrián, and I'm very curious about how you see this issue and how you experience the kind of feedback you certainly get on a regular basis from lobbyists working either on the pro-IP side and on the other side, and how do you see basically the EU moderating these discussions, and how is your experience about this? I mean, you've been involved in these issues for a while. I'm thinking of, for instance, the key role you played on the CEP regulation that was withdrawn, and just very curious about your overall understanding and view of on these topics.
Well, first of all, thanks a lot to the Parliament and Qualcomm for organizing and inviting me. I think that you were quite right on the issue that we need to push for enforcement, but when we talk about what we need to make the unitary patent to PC national courts to work, I always think that people is asking for new regulation. Something, a new framework, or something to actually harmonize it better. And as soon as I listen new regulation linked to IP, I really get nervous. Because everything related to IP, and if we broaden a little bit the context to privacy or data related, in the last decade, it has been always the most problematic issues we dealt with in the Parliament. So polarizing, as you said, so politically motivated sometimes, and so ill-managed. If we take, for example, previous mandate, this huge IP package has been a misfire. Has been a huge mistake. If we take the 3 files that they were pushed forward, I was shadow in 2 of them, and I was rapporteur in 1, the only one that has gone through, I must say. We have compulsory licensing, which I think was much more effective, because even though it was not needed, or it was not in the public opinion any longer after COVID-19, it was highly targeted. Yeah. So it made some sense in the minds of politicians and even public opinion, while not much in the part of the pharma business, but that's another thing. If you take SPCs, it's blocked, and if you take CEPs, it was a disaster, because it didn't make any sense whatsoever. It was not pushed forward for the right reasons.
Can you expand on that, if you?
I don't want to expand much because I want my colleagues in the Parliament
of course.
blaming me, but yeah. When it comes to this patent package that it was so needed, and most of the IP family that is presented here wanted to actually continue pushing forward, developing new legislation, harmonizing, trying to make the ecosystem better for the IP world. When it comes to CEPs, it was only guided to actually give pin-ups to a big sector that has nothing to do with IP, in exchange of actually, getting really strong regulation against their sector. So it was bypassed in the regulatory scrutiny board. It was not done with the correct impact assessment. And I always tell the same when I was a shadow, and I actually took my time and a thorough research on the issue. I went to Alicante to understand how the WIPO will do that. And I asked the Commission and all the European Union SMEs associations, bring me one SME that had a problem with this, because I want to know what is the problem. To this day, I haven't met one. Well, they brought one from the UK, so I didn't understand the point of pushing that. So going back to your question, I think that this mandate, and actually Mr. Letta has explained it very well at the beginning of today's meeting, we have to use existing architecture to make it coherent in practice. Yeah. But let's not go beyond that. I think that will be a huge mistake, because we just have to look 2 years ago. I'm not saying 3 decades. We tried to improve the IP ecosystem, and we miserably failed. So when it comes to the unitary patent UPC and national courts, and I'm Spanish, so I'm not going to get into which countries support it or not. I think that we have to actually go too much into the coherence between the transparency and the transborder work between those national courts and the regulation. And then we have, of course, to push, if you ask me, and now I'm, as an EPP member, to push the ratification of those countries that have not actually done it. And those 3 countries that they have not yet, I must say that they have legitimate reasons. But as soon as the whole system starts working in base of transparency and not building up a castle that may fall, I'm sure they will end up joining up, even if Spanish is not spoken in the thing. So what I would say to that IP family is that even if you see now an opportunity on this IP enforcement directive, don't push too much to the Commission. We know already how they delivered previous mandate, so I wouldn't push. And then the second one, if we didn't manage to actually build a good piece of legislation previous mandate, only the one that I was a rapporteur, of course, compulsory licensing, the parliament now is much more divided than before. It's not the same parliament. It's not an Ursula majority. There are different possible majorities. If you see the key votes, like Omnibus 1, things can go south quickly, and then you don't know where you're going to find those votes. So you know what goes, but you don't know what comes out. So again, I don't know what the Commission will do with this, but when I see the political ecosystem and the highly polarization that we have with these topics, and this is going to be a clear one that we will have a high polarization, and of course the geopolitical concerns, I will push, from the jury perspective, where I'm a member, I will push to everything that gives coherency to the current architecture, and I will do everything is in my hand to push those countries that have not ratified or those that they're against the UPC like mine, to try to understand that we have to streamline that and to make it work as soon as possible before starting to have greater ideas.
Thank you, Adrián. That seems to be a very reasonable advice to the whole community, basically. I would like to go further in our discussion, and I will get back to you, Patrice, but I actually wanted to start with our Swedish colleague and friend. When listening to Mr. Letta this morning, my intention was really drawn to convergence, the Internet of Things, and so on. And of course, I speak about it much more parochially than Professor Letta would. But it seems to me like the key thing here, of course, will be in the future 6G. And in this perspective, since you are the representative of a European company with us here, I would like to see how you see the future. And do you think, hopefully, Ericsson will play such an important role in 6G as they did, for instance, on 5G? So I would like you to look a little bit at the crystal ball and let us know how you see the development on 6G. And don't hesitate to get back to some of the topics that were also raised by Francesca and Adrián, of course.
Yeah, thank you. And I will, because I find the discussion on polarization very interesting, because I see it from the other angle. I've been working with licensing for many years now, as you said. I've been with Ericsson for quite some time. So I've been doing licensing for now over 20 years. And I have to agree, I haven't met an SME yet either that has raised this as a problem, because basically the licensing programs do not address SMEs until they actually grow up and become bigger. It doesn't basically make any sense. But coming back to the polarization, I would like to start off with 6G and talk a bit about Ericsson's effort in the 6G space. So, of course, even if it's a highly competitive market that we're in, and we see downsizing on a more or less regular basis nowadays, Ericsson have actually hired people in the 6G space. So we have hired more engineers in 6G who are now based in Europe. And the reason why we can, of course, do that is, first of all, we believe in 6G. 6G is going to be the fundamental when it comes to AI. I mean, we all talk about AI. But what is AI if it is left in the cloud, if you can't really carry it with you and make use of it by mobile standards? And 6G is going to be a fully embedded AI system itself. So it's not like 5G where you have AI on top. Here you have actually AI native networks that are going to come out on 6G. So, but then coming back to, so why is it that Ericsson can invest in this? Of course, because we believe in it, and we believe in Europe's competitiveness, and we have the edge here because we have 6G research taking place in Europe from our side. But then, of course, we need a predictable IP system. Because when we talk about open standards, it's all about sharing your technology. And the issue is also that you have a timing issue here. We will see, we are at the height of 6G standardization, and this actually started some time ago. But we are not going to see products out on the market until 2030. So in 2030, you will start to see 6G products. And that's when we are starting to be able to go out and try and get the reasonable collection for royalty on the things that we have already contributed so much with. Today, Ericsson spend around $5 billion in R&D. So you see the incredibly long life cycles from R&D up to when the products are out on the market and when we can actually start to do licensing. And that is, of course, an issue. Unless you have predictability on the system. We talk a lot about predictability for implementers and licensees, but us as licensors, we need predictability as well. We need transparency that the system works. Otherwise, the company will not be able to invest that heavily into a new technology. We heard, and you were talking about this, you don't know from the get-go if your inventions are going to be the new thing. So there's a lot of risk in inventions. And if you are in the open standard environment where we're sharing technology, and you, on top of that, have an uncertainty on what new regulations are going to come, are we going to weaken the system in the future, that becomes very problematic for the industry, I would say, as a contributor to 6G. I would like to mention something on polarization again before I stop. Because it has to do with open standards. A lot of the reason for the polarization is, of course, that there is a long time from contribution. So basically, I'm giving you my car one day. We don't negotiate the price at this point in time. I just give it to you. You can drive around. And then many years, you accept. I have a nice car. Many years from there, I come back and I knock on your door and I say, hey, you got my car. And it's been very helpful for you, and you've been using this for quite some time now, and now we need to negotiate the price. Of course, you don't want to negotiate the price. Or if you need to pay, you want to pay as little as possible. There's no mystery in that scenario, and that's exactly what we have here in open standards. As the contributor, you have given up your technology. It's been implemented by many times, many more, because that's the success of the open standards, right? That cellular standards are adopted in so many different products out on the market. So, of course, there is a tendency of trying to pay nothing or paying as little as possible. So that's exactly where you have the polarization. I have not, in my 20+ years from doing licensing, had a dispute with somebody that wasn't about the royalty rate. It is not about the scope or what governing law you have in the agreement or whatever there is. It is always about the price and the time. It's about the price and when you need to start to pay, because that's the other sort of mechanism that you have. I want to pay as little as possible and as late as possible. So of course there is and I'm saying that as a licensee as well, because Ericsson is selling infrastructure equipment. We've been actually selling phones, chipsets, infrastructure equipment, and so on. So I can say that from all angles of the spectrum, what's going on out in the industry. The good thing, I will leave with one good thing, in the actual deal making, in the actual negotiations, the polarization may not be as big as you see out in the public, because deals are being made. At the end of the day, deals are being made in this space, so which goes back to this, so you have to trust the system. I stop.
Thank you for that. And I'm going back to you, Patrice. You see, j'oublie pas. But I remember when we prepared for this panel, you mentioned the huge quality of the patents that are delivered by the EPO. And since I think it also connects to the separate conversations we've had earlier today, the Fireside Chat, when we talked, for instance, about AI, we've talked about biotech innovation, which is also in the agenda. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about how you see the question of patentability threshold, basically, in this future environment. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the invitation first. First of all, I would say that Adrián has better advocated for the unitary patent than I could have done myself. I mean, the unitary patent is nothing else but a European patent at which a unitary effect has been attached. And this corresponds to what Adrián said before. Let's try to make regulation as simple as possible and build on what exists already. Therefore, this is better regulation principle, is nothing else but that. Regarding patentability threshold, I mean, they are tough. They must be toughly applied, because at the end of the day, the quality of the patent that the industry needs is based on the way patent offices are applying this threshold. You cannot bargain with novelty, with inventive step in particular, because the stronger the patent is, the less risk of going to court is as well. Therefore, quality of patent is important. And I'm, of course, relying on the industry here to say that the European Patent Office is granting the best quality patent around the world for many reasons, but at least two I see. First is the way in which these thresholds are applied, to make sure that at the end of the day, you are not going to court. Second, because the system by which patent filings are examined is very tough as well. It's not only a team of examiners, it's a team of different examiners coming from different fields, in particular when it comes to AI. And these innovating technologies which integrate more and more AI, you have a group of examiners which integrate the expertise of many different fields. What we are missing here, and I think that both Francesca and Adrián referred to it, the unitary patent system, as I said, is nothing new. It's just a European patent which a unitary effect has been attached. But the real novelty of the unitary patent system is the UPC. Why? Because if you are applying your, or you are enforcing your patent on the territory of 18 member states, then the risk of being sued in 18 courts is unbearable. I mean, the cost of litigation in patents is unbearable. I mean, maybe for big companies, but for SME, it cannot be. Therefore, it is not a surprise that if you look at the figures we published in March, the uptake rate among SMEs of the unitary patent is 54%. And overall, among all the patent filings we received, the confession rate is almost 30%. Funny enough, countries which are not part of the unitary patent system are among those who resort the most to the unitary patent system. I've used some figures. Czech Republic is 62%, Poland is 60%, and Spain is 56%. And as I said, SMEs are very fond of it. I mean, for a price which is much more reasonable that the sum of each, you can be protected, or you can enforce your right in 18 member states without fearing of being dragged into court in front of 18 different courts. a representative of the Unified Patent Court would be very interesting to hear. Okay, there is none, but I cannot speak on behalf of them because I cannot be part in this. But this is not a surprise, and as Adrián said, that Mario Draghi, in his report that everyone is flagging, says we need to make sure that the unitary patent system is applied in all the 25 member states belonging to the enhanced cooperation, possibly to the 27 eventually at the end, because this is the example that we need to follow in order to meet the expectations of the industry. And for the story, I have to say that the creation of the unitary patent is, for many, bizarre in the sense that it relies on two different international organizations. One is the EPO, the other one is the Unified Patent Court. But at the end of the day, this is what the industry asked for. They wanted to have a title. They were discussing with the Commission for years and years. And when they came up with the unitary patent with unitary effect, with the European patent with unitary effect, they said, if we do not have a Unified Patent Court, we won't have a functioning system. We won't ask for unitary patent because we won't run the risk of being sued in 18 member states. And they did not want to reach the moment where the risk of being exposed on litigation and the prices it costs. I mean, for an SME, these kind of litigations are just huge. They disappear. Therefore, I guess that, and then it comes also to one question you ask, I think that the industry and the decision makers, Parliament, Commission, but also the EPO, they need to talk. They need to talk to know exactly what are the needs. They need to talk to understand how to make things working. Decision makers have to strike the balance between the private interest and the public interest. I'm not saying that the decision makers has just to follow what the industry needs. But at the end of the day, if we want to keep our industries here in Europe, and avoiding that maybe they cross the Atlantic to find better conditions, we need to create the ecosystem. And as Adrián said, the simpler, the better.
And you're bringing me here to my next question, which was indeed not only for you, but you already broached it, but to Adrián as well. What do you think decision makers and industry can do better in terms of collaboration to make sure that we meet these forthcoming challenges? For instance, the new technology that might be patented. Do you think there's something that is missing, Adrián, when it comes to the collaboration between industry and decision makers like you? Or what would be your recommendation in this field?
I don't think nothing is missing. This is highly already professionalized. The communication and the exchanges are, like today, they're quite common. And what I'm optimist of is, where I'm from Galicia, we have a word which is called orballo in Galician, in my home language. And orballo means that when you are going to go outside of home and you see some slightly rain, and you think, nah, I'm not going to get wet. It's just a little bit. And then you get to the next point and you're completely soaked. So what I think we are doing now with competitiveness, and then we can actually introduce IP, is that everyone is talking about this, even in the capitals. And whenever the European Union starts talking and focuses on one topic, it takes time because we have to convince everyone. That's why we are talking about competitiveness, and it's going to happen. The thing is what kind of product we are going to deliver at the end. But indeed, this is the main topic of this mandate. Yeah. And there is no doubt about that. And these are really negative people saying it's the end of the world. Today, Enrico said it's our last opportunity, which is good to put some kind of awareness there. But I think it's happening. And we are going to end into the good way of doing things. I'm positive about that. But when it comes to the companies, to the stakeholders, I'm just going to repeat what I said before. Don't push it too much. I know most of you now, you smell blood in the Commission because they know they have to deliver in competitiveness. And I have said this to many companies, if you go too far, you may break the pot. Because not only you need better legislation, more competitiveness, stability, credibility, what you really need is what Christina said, which is predictability. If you push too much, this Commission can fail. As simple as that. Because you go to the Parliament, and then as soon as the Socialist group plugs off, it's over. And this is something that companies sometimes don't understand because, and they are good doing so, when it comes to a CEO of a company, they just think on their sector. Legislature, we cannot do that. We have to see the whole picture. And I see the whole picture, and that's why I'm telling the companies, let's use the tools we have at hand, let's try to improve them, enforce them if needed, but let's don't being creative or trying to ask the Commission to bring a new law that will just affect your sector, like happened with SEPs. It happened with SEPs, and then we have a worse end of the story. So what I would say is that I think this change is there. I think Corvallo is happening. We're all talking about the same. I think we are streamlining what we need to do. But then don't be too ambitious trying to push back everything that was done in the last 5 years, because that's not the solution either.
Thank you, Adrián. And you're all amazing because you keep giving me segues for the next questions. And here you mentioned the stakeholders. We have quite a lot of them in the room. So, but before opening the floor to any questions you might have, I realized, and you nod at me, that I forgot to also thank all the people that are following us online through YouTube. I think you, Alex, mentioned it initially, but I forgot to repeat it. So anyway, thank you everybody that are following us online, and you know that there's a hashtag to contribute to our discussions. But with this, I would like to first of all also thank you because you kept your comments to limited time, which is fantastic. And I was wondering if there are any questions for the panel. I see a raised hand there, and there might be others. Please, before you take the floor, can you introduce yourself and let us know who you represent?
Yes, hello, my name is Alex Prenter. I'm Policy Director for Fair Standards Alliance. Mr. Lázara, I have some receipts. You keep saying at public events like these that you've never heard from SMEs who are affected by standard essential patents. On the 25th of October 2023, I sent you a letter signed by, amongst about 40 companies, 5 of those companies were SMEs, all complaining about the way that standard essential patents was functioning. I then followed up on the 22nd of January 2024 with a letter signed by 25 European SMEs, all affected by standard essential patents. My actual question, though, is for Professor Ferrari. Your comment before was that in Europe we have the proportionality principle embedded in the Intellectual Property Rights Enforcement Directive. My question, though, is that the recent report from the Commission showed that in Germany, proportionality is almost never considered in cases involving standard essential patents. Do you think the empirical evidence therefore suggests a closer look at the hybrid?
Who wants to take this one? Adrián, please.
I have to start.
Absolutely, yeah. But I would like to also leave the floor open to others who might want to weigh in on this one.
Actually, when I was doing the report on SEPs, we met with many associations, and we were asking for particular cases of litigation that actually ended up differently than with the same system. And that's what we did not found, because from most of the SMEs that we found, they were saying that the price they had to pay with the litigation was what the SEPs was trying to prevent. But if you go to the work of the law that was proposed, SEPs, and the UIPO, the UIPO was just introducing a new intermediary to try to find an agreement of 6 months that the SMEs has to pay as well. And in case there was not a solution to those 6 months mediation, you were ending up again in litigation. So not only it was a bad piece of legislation, not only was not helping SMEs, it was including to SMEs that they don't have that capital capacity to actually go through long litigation processes, to even go to an intermediary, pay for the process, and if the big company with the patent didn't want to find an agreement, was 6 months that they were actually waiting, SMEs spending money and ending up in the same place you were going to start in them at the beginning. So what I meant about the SMEs, I didn't find one that could actually explain me how the SAPs would help them. And I stick to that.
Thank you, Adrián. Francesca, you were also the target of the question.
Yeah.
And I may say just myself that one of the first things I started looking at when I joined IP Europe, which was only last month, was actually the study of the report on the enforcement directive and the importance given to the issue of proportionality. But what struck me, and I still see things with new eyes, is that when I looked at some of the reports they were referring to, very often it was reports that seemed to be commissioned by outside parties working indirectly or directly with Ernst & Young. So I don't know if you have any, because you mentioned the whole idea of better regulation before. So anyway.
So first of all, when we are talking about empirical evidence, we need to understand what we mean about empirical evidence. Moreover, it seems to me that the study is not saying that we should open again the enforcement directive. At least it emphasizes that there are some inconsistencies in the application of proportionality principles in different member states. How can these inconsistencies can be superseded? I do agree with what I heard before. We do not need new legislation. Probably we need consistency in jurisprudence. And I do agree with something that has been mentioned before as well. We have unified patent court. It's a big achievement for everyone who is in the IP world. Europe fought for about 40 years to go to it, to get to a unitary title and unified patent court. And I deem that also with respect to proportionality, the Unified Patent Court also very recently gave some guidance. It is true that there are still inconsistencies. I'm not saying that there are not. There are some also in the architecture of the EU unitary patent and unified patent court. But those inconsistencies, first of all, we cannot avoid to mention that unitary patent and unified patent court had been achieved on June 1st, 2023. So it's 2 years. 1 year ago, or something like 1 year and a half ago, in an event similar to this, I heard a very well-known representative of the Unified Patent Court qualifying it as a startup. And I mean, in a certain way, it's probably no more a real startup, but there are still inconsistencies. For example, there is a strong reliance on national laws. Also, from the legislative point of view. Then there is this point that I think had been raised before. We still have the difference between non-participating states and participating states. And this is something that should be, the broadening of the participation to Unified Patent Court is certainly a key point for harmonization, is certainly a key point for predictability, and so on. And till the time we do not, and I wanted also to answer a little bit to what you were asking before. How can stakeholders in a certain way be involved? Okay, we need a structured dialogue. A structured dialogue in which there have to be the EU institutions, stakeholders, EPO, Unified Patent Court. It is very important because it is true that competitiveness is something we are talking every single day about. But to get there and to get to competitiveness that is fit for the times we are talking about it, we need dialogue. And we do not need probably new pieces of legislation, but we need dialogue. And we need also, through the dialogue, to get to more consistency.
Thank you, Francesca. I would like to still keep the floor open if there are other questions, and I don't want this panel to be what keeps us between now and coffee. Any final comments, maybe from the four of us? Something that you would like to leave us with? Because I mean, this has been very exciting. We should bring popcorn to these things. If you want to leave us with a last recommendation or anything on the future of Francesca, perhaps, and Adrián?
I deem that the future is linked quite a lot to the unitary patent and the unified patent core system. And to be honest, I'm coming from Italy. I can tell you that apart from what is written somewhere, but also the unified patent, the Italian Milan Unified Patent Code division is working very well.
Okay. Adrián?
I would say enforcement current architecture, and let's provide companies with predictability.
Yeah.
Well, it would be very simple. Don't reinvent the wheel. I mean, the unitary patent is the best example of this. Let's go on that way. Do not create more just for the sake of keeping yourself busy. Just do what is needed for the industry without losing the interest or the public interest. This is very important as well. Legislator is there to strike that balance. Listening to the industry does not mean to give in to the industry all the time. Far from this, but at least build on what exists. And I think that the success of the unitary patent is so blatant that no one can contest it yet.
If it ain't broken, don't fix it, basically. Christina?
Yes, agree. Let's continue the dialogue. Let's continue the constructive dialogue and tread carefully, trust the system. But then also, let's try and discuss measures that maybe are the light touch. I could see how, for instance, mediation is a very good tool to share information between the licensor and the licensee and to get past some of the polarization. There are these easy tools I see that we could use more of. Mediation, even arbitration.
Thank you, Christina. And I think with that, our panel deserves a large round of applause. And
Well, see you in the next one, I guess.
See you after. We have an interview
now. Which year you were at the college?
Coffee break is not now, it's after our session. Please come back to your seat. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Pleasure.
Please.
Well,
how are you? Good to meet you. Please. Do you have your... Oh, you have it. Okay, fine. They misunderstood. Coffee break is after this session. It's not now. Yeah, they are run away.
Interesting discussion for doing.
Yeah. Please take your seat. We have to start the session. Huh? You should stop the coffee. Don't serve coffee.
Maybe not trademark. I have the feeling the focus of the meeting is not trademark.
It's not trademark.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please regain your seat, we're just about to start the session.
Please.
There will be a coffee break just after this. Thank you.
Okay. So, shall we start? So, first of all, let me introduce our fantastic panel of real experts that we have today. And we are talking about trademarks where, unfortunately, we don't have a unitary trademark court. And that's the difference with the previous panel. And what we'll discuss today is how do we preserve brand identity in a market which is subject to so many changes, like the role of the platforms, the artificial intelligence, and so forth. So that's going to be the topic of our session. Let me briefly introduce our speakers. We have Anja Elset, which is at Meta, and she's in charge of artificial intelligence and the media policy leader, right? So very much on the topic that we are going to discuss. We have Professor Strowell, which is Professor of IP and Technology at UCL Leuven in Brussels, and Senior Partner at the Peterson firm in Brussels. And we have Tatien Lumbe, Chief Representative Officer of the International Trademark Association. So we certainly have a panel of experts in the area. I would like to start with the first theme. How do we strengthen enforcement against infringements, trademark infringements, which are based on platforms, through the use of platforms? What do you think are the criteria, whether the present situation is sufficient to be able to pursue infringements which take place on the basis of platform use, whether we need any change in the Trademark Direct regulation, for instance, the definition, a better definition of what constitutes use of a sign in advertising, which, as you know, is not well defined in Article 9 of the regulation. Is there sufficient precautions and obligations which are being introduced, in particular also with respect to the SA recently, with respect to the use of trademarks in platforms? So let me start with you, Anja. What do you think? What is the situation according to you?
So thank you very much, and thank you for having me on this panel. I feel very shy to be among such a trademark specialist because I'm obviously normally more on the AI copyright side, so I am also here to listen and learn, of course. I think when we engage on those issues around brand protection, and obviously these are our most important partners, advertisers, and generally companies that use Meta, we really value this important partnership. So from our side, the most important starting point is that part of partnership and how we basically build the IP tools, IP protection tools that can particularly help our brands to fight online counterfeiting, get their input on what works, what doesn't work with other organizations, international organizations, also government actors, of course, and all the stakeholders. Ultimately, the success of our brands is also our success in a way. So a couple of reflections here, what we are doing, what is obviously going a little bit beyond what's already in the trademark law, but also looking at the DSA and also taking a lot of proactive measures also through the help of AI. So obviously we are part of the Marketplace Advisory Council, where these conversations with lots of you here present happen. We have been also engaging with Unifab and generally on our platform deployed in the past few years, also looking at the developments, unfortunately, on the side of Rouge actors, the scam infringements that are increasing, a very proactive approach in this space. So basically, we often just take down kind of scamming ads and also, you know, actors that try to impersonate brands and brands representatives, more importantly, even before they were reported by the brands and even noted by them. So we have now what we call anti-counterfeit LLM. So basically the proactive enforcement can only work at scale from our perspective. I think now we're all familiar with the fact that some of the fraudulent activities happen through accounts that send multiple, you know, kind of adverts, million in a second. That obviously is very easy for AI machine to start understanding and mapping and kind of linking also the accounts. So all this can be taken down in a very quick way and at scale. We also are looking into which is something that we rolled out actually earlier this year, specialized enforcement, where we basically focus on similarities. So basically, we receive some very unique signals that right holders have given us through all those conversations we are having. And basically, based on this, we have learned, and therefore we have taught our model to kind of act upon things that obviously, you know, fulfill the counterfeit, but are probably not being flagged to us before, but we, through learning process, have been able to identify that, which also helps right holders not constantly coming back to the platform and, you know, teaching us new ways. We can also take it very proactively. The trademark scams policy, which is also something that happens, and I'm sure might have happened to you when you use our platform or many other platforms, where you think you're interacting with the brand, but you're actually interacting with a scam that just looks very similar. And as I mentioned, this might also affect quite, you know, some portion of CEOs of those brands. We have recently joined a lawsuit together with Longchamp to tackle one of those kind of cases, and we have deployed the whole policy to kind of tackle that. So these are all just examples of what can be done in a space of regulatory framework that also encourages platforms through the DSA, particularly very large platforms, which Meta is part of, to build something that not necessarily will work always 100%, because let's be honest, this is a race, there's always something happening on the other side, and we obviously always have to develop and learn from whatever comes from the side of the bad actors. But what DSA really gives us as a direction of travel, which Meta really adopted in a very early stage, is this structural approach. So basically, do you have structures, do you have systems that can tackle this problem and can tackle it at scale? Do you have the way to have those conversations, particularly here with right holders, to learn from them and kind of take into account their observations? They are the main, you know, target of those infringements. So is there a space? And we obviously also, I should mention, are part of the MOU that the Commission has started quite a while ago, MOU on combating sales counterfeited goods, where we also kind of learn from each other and even do exercises twice a year. So in a nutshell, I think the framework to tackle those problems exists. I think what is really important that this framework is also supplemented and further supported by this kind of ongoing dialogue between the brands and the platforms. And that the Commission in particular here, I think, has a big role to play through facilitation of some of those conversations, and obviously EU IPO as well.
Thank you, Anya. Thank you very much. So, of course, indeed, the DSA has introduced a number now of new obligations, new procedures. I think, as you said, Anya, for the very large platforms, I think there are also risk assessment obligations and also independent audits which have to be performed on their system. So now turning to Professor Strowell, do you think that, but of course it is preserved, the idea that hosting providers are not directly liable, all right? So this has remained in the case law of the court. So Professor Strowell, do you think that this evolution of the case law of the CJ has to go further, or do you think that the situation combining the developments which have taken place in that respect with the new obligations introduced by the DSA have created now a satisfactory equilibrium between the various different interests here involved?
Well, there is a lot to say. I'm speaking as a professor with some distance, but as well as an attorney involved on the grounds in cases and litigation. I think you mentioned already something that would be important, but I mean, that's another topic, unified trademark court. We have to move further concerning the judicial system, but it's not a topic
We will
today.
go into that later.
Yeah, we might go to that later. But I mean, the issue you raised is how to strengthen enforcement. I think, therefore, the response should not really be into trademark regulation, but rather in other instruments. And maybe we have to go a little bit further. There is a DSA, but I would like first to start with, I mean, the trademark regulation. There, of course, we could expand the numbers of types of cases where it's a trademark infringement. As you know, we have 3. And possibly we could add a 4th one, like it is possible under the trademark directive. And for instance, I'm from Belgium, so we have a Benelux trademark that applies. Under Benelux trademark, you have a 4th type of infringement that is not related to the use of trademark to distinguish product and services. And in the realm of technology, that type of infringement that I think only the Benelux implemented, it's a possibility under Article 10.6 of the directive, allows to go against many types of use that are peculiar to technology. And I remember I had a case back in the 19s for meta tags included in the HTML, but they were not visible on the website, but they were attracting traffic. So to deal with that kind of issue, because it's not a use to distinguish products or services, we could rely on this 4th type of infringement under Benelux law. It's quite easy. And I think for other users of trademarks, like, I mean, AdWords and others, this type of 4th category of trademark infringement would be helpful. But I don't think that's where we have to change things. And by the way, I'm more a copyright lawyer, and so it's not really my place here, but I'll speak about copyright because there is a link with trademark. I mean, when the legislator changed the liability concerning online platform, user-generated content, there is a broader legal term, but I don't want to use it. It's too long. In Article 17 of the Copyright in the Digital Single Market Directive. Big debate. I mean, it was for certain right owners really to big objective to obtain. So it changed an issue that was dealt with under indirect liability, and it was moved to direct liability, because now what platforms do is an act of communication to the public, so it falls under the exclusivity of copyright. So we could do something similar for trademark and dealing in the same way of certain new users. But I don't think that's the way forward. And by the way, I'm not really a fan of Article 17. I'm not sure it changed all the world at the end of the day. No, sorry. So there are better ways to move. And I think as we speak about enforcement, we should look at the enforcement directive first. And there we have the well-known Article 11 on injunctions. I think injunctions is the topic of today. It was already dealt with for patent. It will be the focus for copyright, but I want to make a point in relation to trademark. As you know, this Article 11 allows as well to get injunctions against intermediaries whose services are used to commit an infringement of an IP right. I think that was an opening that we knew already in copyright with the InfoSoc Directive, Article 8.3. But I think we haven't used all the possibilities of that provision in the field of trademark. In the field of copyright, many countries now have introduced systems of dynamic injunctions. So it's injunctions, but it's complemented by a procedure which allows to change to the target and to adapt to this evolving world of online platforms. And I think that's very important. And we have it under different forms in different countries. In certain countries, it's more a court-based approach, probably like the Netherlands on Denmark. In other countries, like in Italy, or Greece, it's more an administrative procedure. And in my country, Belgium, we have it since, not a long time, a little bit more than a year, and it has been widely used, and I think that's the way forward. It's a combination of a judicial procedure with an administrative procedure where we have a new anti-piracy body in charge within the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and it allows to have these dynamic aspects because they are following up after the decision. Of course, the decision has to take into account all the requirements, proportionality, and it's really based on the case law of the Court of Justice, UPC Telecable, but it only exists for infringement of copyright-related rights, including the database right, and as well for another type of illicit content, gambling, illicit gambling. And it has been widely used, as I say. I think it should be extended to trademark because it's a forceful procedure that allows really to have as well this cooperation, but a cooperation through this administrative body in charge who can follow on and contact all the platforms. So it's against all intermediaries whose services are used, so it covers Meta in most cases. Meta is as well the destiny of the injunction. I think the Commission should consider that it's quite important, and not only for copyright, in general, for IP, to have well-functioning dynamic injunctions procedure. And there is a need to do it because we have fragmentation. The fragmentations increase because many member states are introducing systems that are different. So we really need, especially that some effects might be as well cross-border. If you go, because in Belgium you can go to against any intermediary, but that means access providers are targeted. You have CDN providers, you have DNS resolver, you have potentially VPN providers, and I think that's a hot topic for certain providers of VPN. Financial intermediaries, because it's based on a general principle that we all agree as lawyers, I think, a duty to care. All those intermediaries are best placed to reduce the level of infringement. So they can take mitigation measures and they have a duty to do it. And this procedure only applies this general principle. So I think there is something very important to do, and that's not only for trademark, it's for copyright. For patent, I mean, that's maybe something different because patent law is harder, so you have to be a little bit more careful than with soft IP. So that's a proposal, but I have others in relation to the DSA, but I want to make that point.
How do you cope with this fragmentation problem that we discussed in the enforcement? This is
yeah, but I mean, we know that the EU authorities and the EU legislator have been weak on the enforcement in general, because that was not the focus. The focus of IP harmonization has been substantive law for decades. Of course, we have the enforcement directive, but it's a minimum, and we should move further in terms of harmonizing that aspect. So I don't think we need legislation, maybe to harmonize dynamic injunctions, but we need new procedures in order to have the people on the ground well respecting their duty to care. Yes. And that's in relation to the DSA. If you want,
Mr. Lumbe, in your experience as a representative of the International Trademark Association, how do you react to this?
No, thank you so much. First of all, allow me to thank our host, the Parliament, as well as Qualcomm, and I would like to emphasize that in the context of this conference about the future of IP in Europe, the EU is at the crossroads. I believe for the next 5 to 7 years, if we don't take strong action, I think we may be out. Let me put it that way. Having said that, do we need new laws, new legislation? I don't think so, but we need better laws. We need platforms, strategy where we could, take more into account, input from the private sector. The EU TMR, is strong, robust. It's technology neutral. It has its good side and bad as well. So it means that so far it has been able to respond to the needs, meaning that, for instance, consumer protections, being able, to further innovation. But how do we go further? How do we move forward? For instance, it's responding to the needs of, better protecting, the consumer. Now you have more and more trade being done online. How do we move forward? There are some flexibilities within the current legislation that needs to be used. So without going into, new legislation. For instance, the trusted flaggers, I believe it's Article 22 of the DSA. How do we make sure that, the brand owners, the private trade association are really the one there because they know their product. They know they have the code. They know how to make sure that, to report, so on and so forth. Having said that as well, of course, there is the responsibility of the digital platforms. Do we need to do more? How can we move forward? But this only can be done, in an environment where, the private sector, the stakeholders' inputs are really taken into account. So, do we need to create new rights? Maybe yes, maybe not. But how do we take advantage of the flexibility of the current system? Improving coordination and information flows is really, really crucial. Otherwise, we'll be just, as we say, navigating, without a clear direction. We also have, we know that limited tools, to tackle, influencer marketing. Really important. Really, really important to find ways, where the consumer is really informed and, at the end of the day, it's all about not the private sector, not the public interest, but the consumer protection. So this is really key.
Yes, Anya, you as an expert on artificial intelligence, of course, artificial intelligence in a sense gives the opportunity to new types of, new form of misuse of the brand, right? I think that you can have even replicas, right, of brands which are generated by the artificial intelligence. At the same time, I think that you have all the technology is so developed that you can control those phenomena. There is, you have a lot of tools. In a sense, technology is ahead of the enforcement of the law. The technology can solve many of those problems, which are difficult to cope. But how do you the rise of this so-called dupe culture, right, that we see in the platforms? How do you cope with this problem?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I will have some reflection also on Professor Strowell's intervention. But starting from AI, yes, of course, AI is a fantastic tool, and generally we're all excited to use it, but obviously bad actors has been using those tools as well. We see realistic media featuring protected trademarks. We see fake brands or brands basically trying to impersonate real branding. This happens at scale that AI allows. So obviously, we at Meta, which is also, we built our own model. We are in this race among other players as well. We are very familiar with these challenges and are, using AI in a way to address the problem as well. So we are facing the problem at scale of millions, and we are trying to use AI to face this problem in a, by the way, proactive way, and kind of also make sure that we address those new phenomena very, very quickly. So basically, our approach, we use our Llama model to fight those advertising. We have understood already through various conversations with right holders and also trusted flaggers that there are certain patterns, there are certain brands that are particularly being targeted. There are certain moments, in fact, that this happens, and this all kind of informs and feeds into our model, and therefore we can operate and act much faster. We are, the fact that we're familiar with the problem doesn't yet mean that we can immediately solve all the issues of counterfeits and scamming on the platform. I don't think it would be fair if any platform, in fact, would sit here and said, I found a solution. It's a race where basically you have a technology, but that technology also, unfortunately, belongs to the bad actors as well. To some and to some respect, they are also trying to circumvent the safety nets we have been putting. Watermarking is another interesting discussion. Obviously, that also links already to the AI Act, which is now going through the process of the omnibus on some deadlines that might be delayed. There's a code of practice. There's a lot of discussions within the industry how to effectively label and watermark content in general. Like, this obviously doesn't only affect the trademarks. This is content of any type that can appear on the platform. Legitimate content, by the way, just to inform users. This has been developed with AI help. This is a little bit different discussion, of course, because we are also familiar with the fact that users just want to know that something has been developed with AI. That doesn't immediately mean that this has been developed with a bad intent in mind. However, we are having lots of tools also deployed and particularly focused at Meta towards deepfakes. So again, an issue that can affect brands to a large extent, impersonation of people, also brands owners that can happen at scale and damage the reputation, damage the sales. So all this cross-industry efforts are happening at scale. And I do want to say that obviously no platform can say that, as I said, we solve the problem. But I think most platforms, and particularly Meta, understood very quickly that only by building the robust brand policy and kind of working directly to the point that you can pick up the phone and call some of the brands directly, or use the Trusted Flagger program, which now exists officially under the DSA, but I would say we already had that already in place for quite a while. That's the only way to work it through. On the duty of care, I would have to react, however, that while I understand the principle of it as a legal concept, I think that would be a very difficult one to kind of implement into the law. The DSA kind of legislators have taken the same understanding. They put obligations on platforms particularly the large platforms such as Meta, but they refrain from saying that you have like a duty of care, which means that if you don't fix it all 100%, then you have a full liability. I think that is perhaps a step too far, not because we are afraid of liability, but it's more like, as I said, the race between bad actors and platforms trying to fix the problem is never in a way closed. You can never come and say, hey, to regulator, I fixed it all, no problem here.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel that the technology is more advanced than the law, because sometimes even those dupes, often they are not necessarily a trademark violation, right? Maybe you can cope with them under the Unfair Commercial Practice Act. Maybe, no, they are an act of commercial violation. Do you think that that's maybe an area where we can, the enforcement can be more active under the consumer code rather than, and I think Ms. Bombay was saying something similar, right? Look at the consumer and look at how to protect the consumer directly rather than trying to enforce through putting further obligations on the platforms. That could be, you know, an important tool of enforcement.
Yeah, I think that's a way forward, indeed. I mean, revision of some rules concerning advertising and unfair practice, and to focus on the protection of consumers. That requires, I think, another approach at the one that was adopted by the AI Act, which is basically a lot of requirements of I mean, transparency, notification. I don't think that transparency is enough and can be applied. You have to focus on the design of the platforms and to improve it as much as possible. As you know, under consumer law, you have a lot of debate around dark patterns or deceptive design. I think we have to address that issue. It's for consumers, but it's as well for other traders and for trademark owners. So the Digital Fairness Act might be a way forward.
Yes, we have to open to Mr. Lumbe, because I think that, you know, consumer protection, unfortunately, is not so well applied in all our member states. The enforcement of consumer protection is very different in certain of the member states. We have an active, also because sometimes the competition authority have been entrusted with the duty to apply also the consumer code, but that's not in all countries. So we have a disparity of application of consumer protection. I think that's probably is another tool, rather than, again, putting all the obligations on the platforms, but to activate consumer protection is probably an important part to cover. But let's open to the public, please. Any question or any doubts or ideas on how to improve the situation? Again, to give more powers, of course, to a unitary court would be the solution, because the enforcement problems here are huge, because you know, even for you know, the Alicante does not have any power, you know, in these regards. So whole trademark enforcement is done at the national level, and this is a big difference, you know, what we have seen in the patent arena. Please, any further questions? Please, yes.
I'm from the EURISPA, the European Internet Service Provider Association, and I just wanted to do a quick reaction to the professor of the University of Catholic Louvain. I think that the internet service providers were really engaged on anti-piracy, the enforcement, and the withdrawal of illegal content. And you mentioned specifically on the use of dynamic injunctions, but we have seen in different reports, such as the one created on the cost of website blocking, how it can have negative consequences to businesses, also for platforms, because of there's no cost of reimbursement given. And we think that there's more to do with enforcement, as you mentioned as well, on the DSA, with specific articles, rather than actually trying to harmonize the use of dynamic injunctions, that it has been negative for civil society, in cases such in Spain, also for Italy, and there's no procedural safeguards neither granted, because certain rights holders such as La Liga, they have been updating on a weekly basis, let's say the list of IP blocking websites, but this has not been done proportionately. So I just wanted to quickly react that indeed I think that it's better to use the regulation that we have in place rather than including new legislation that may have not considered all the perspective from different players. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think it won't stop the dynamic injunctions procedures in the countries that have it. And more countries will implement other types. So I don't think it's a good strategy for your group. But I mean, if you can deal with the different types of legislation in different countries, including Italy, I don't know in Italy whether it's well balanced. So I don't want to speak on a special case. I know how it works, and we could speak on Belgium. I think we need that because we need to have some strong remedy. We need to have the judicial involved. If it's only about finding new codes of conduct, it's important, of course, and we should have them with the platforms, and we should be more precise about what kind of design might be misleading, and misleading for the consumers and for the brand owners. There is more to do there. But, I mean, the problem is that I'm not sure that all the possibilities from the DSA will be used at some point. So it will remain a little bit weak, and we need to have something that moves the platforms forward. And that is, I think, what dynamic injunctions help to. Whether the Commission should harmonize, then that's another issue. We should leave it. But of course, we have cooperation between the EU IPO and the Commission on the implementation of the DSA. I think that's a good way forward. And probably you are involved with that, and with the technicality that the EU IPO possesses, I think it might be helpful for different types of obligations that we have in the DSA, and we could go through them. You mentioned already trusted flaggers. Yeah, but just one final point, if I may. It's important as well to have a look at the recommendation, the recommendation of 24/915, because it's maybe the moment to give some input, because it should be revised at the end of next year, or not at the end, in April, I think, next year. And I think that's a very interesting instrument, which lists a lot of practical measures that the intermediaries should adopt, including financial services. And it's quite precise. If all those measures would really be implemented, I think the life would be better for everybody, including for the intermediaries, I think. But there is a resistance, as you know. I mean, because you need more traffic, you need more engagement. That's the logic. We are against that logic, of course. And I think it's very important, not only for illicit content regarding trademarks, but it's a broader issue. I mean, we have included as well illicit gambling. There will be other types of content that will be under this procedure. I'm pretty sure that will be the future. So I think it should be tackled. It's an important issue. And beyond IP, beyond trademark. Sorry for being long.
No, it's clear. You know, further harmonization. We need clear standards for platform collaboration and notice action, and of course, you know, human-centered approach when it comes to AI. So I'm mindful of the time. Thank you.
Anya, any last thought?
I mean, I would just respond to combine interventions by saying that DSA, in fact, does provide for all those steps, particularly for very large platform. I would disagree to say that this is a weak tool. Commission has quite extensive powers towards the platforms, and that's fine. The process, DSA processes are running, and there are lots of investigations, lots of questions, and various platforms have been involved. And, you know, even with challenges that are very, you know, happening in space of AI and are new, the Commission and the DSA was able to tackle them, because it's all based on the fact whether the platform at question has a structural and systemic tools put in place to address the problem at scale, because usually when you very large
there is a last question from the public, scale. Please. Could you, the mic? Excuse me, I wanted to.
Sorry, I wanted just to ask you, in a certain way, you were talking about the interference with consumer protection. Do you think that the Digital Fairness Act could be a tool from this point of view? And second point, with respect to dynamic injunctions, do you think that the work that has been done, and certainly it's quite a relevant work at the Copyright Knowledge Center at UIPO, could be relevant in order to, identify a proper framework for dynamic injunctions? Thank you.
Anya?
So, I mean, when I hear about DFA, I'm not sure what Commission really plans there. It's actually quite confusing. There's a lot of interactions with this plan proposal, which is not materialized yet in any way and form. With already many existing rules, I would bring again DSA. A lot of issues that DFA wants to propose are already in AVMS, which is Audiovisual Media Service Directive, which covers again the same actors, and many other examples. So I would need to see a little bit more from, let's say, the side of the Commission, arguments why in the decade, year of simplification, we still are in the process of proposing new additional laws that are interfering with what's already on the table. Having said that, I obviously, our perspective is that all those issues that's being discussed here, and particularly the collaboration with right holders and all the efforts that DSA put here as well to address it at scale, this is something we very much, find useful and welcome in a way, in a sense that this helps us as well, because I think the goal here is all the same, right? We want to tackle those problems, we want to tackle them quickly, and we want to tackle them also efficiently, and all this is facilitated by the joint effort with right holders.
Thank you to the panelists. I think there are lots of issues. As you see, trademark is also a very interesting area in which lots is happening. And I think it's always important also for the role of the lawyers, because we have all those tools, but if they're not used, then it makes no sense. So rather than multiplying the legislative intervention, we have to use what there is already. I always say that people don't really take all advantage of the existing structure that are in place. Thank you very much for the panelists, and thank you for the question. Now you deserve the coffee. Okay? You come back in 15 minutes, please.
Thanks very much. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the future. We're about to start the third panel, session 3, Copyright, Creativity, Culture, and Digital. I'm going to ask my panelists to come up. I will introduce them in a minute. Come on up. You don't want to come up?
I thought in minutes.
Oh, that was a minute. Yeah, it was a quick minute.
I guess. Well,
I feel lonely up here. No, you've got to sit over there.
Sorry.
You've got to sit underneath yourself.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So further, I would like to thank Qualcomm and the Parliament for organizing and inviting me and my fellow panelists to be part of this panel today and the discussion. For those of you that missed it this morning, it was really cool. We had a great fireside chat, some very interesting big picture remarks from Professor Letta, which I thought were some serious food for thought. Now we're going to kind of translate it, bring it down a little bit more to the level of copyright. We will examine how the EU copyright framework addresses some of the most pressing challenges of our time. The rise of generative AI. Some of you have heard about this AI thing. It's turning out to be pretty big. Platform liability. We heard a little bit about that in the last panel. And the persistent threat of cross-border piracy, particularly affecting live events and time-sensitive content. We have an excellent panel to guide us today, but unfortunately, MEP Maria Guzina had to drop out at the last minute. A file for which she is the rapporteur is going hot today. She has shared some of her bullet points, which I'll mention in a minute, but I want to first introduce our other speakers. Far to my left, we have Herr Professor Dr. Jan Bernd Noordeman from the Humboldt University in Berlin and the Noordeman law firm that bears his name, his sister's name, his brother's name, his father's name. We also have Carolina Lorenzen from Media for Europe. I think many of you know her. She's been around in Brussels for a while, a very outspoken advocate for the broadcasters in Europe. We have Emily Antones from the MPA here in Brussels. I think you all know Emily. And finally, Emmanuel Duchalard from the Commission's Copyright Unit. The questions today, panelists, before us include: how do the DSM and the broader copyright acquis regulate AI training and platform liability? How can we safeguard creators' rights while enabling innovation? The two are obviously, spoiler alert, but the two are obviously not mutually exclusive. What tools are needed to tackle live events and time-sensitive piracy that respects no borders? Before we get to some more specific points and questions from our panelists, I will share some input that we received from MEP Guzina, who, although she couldn't make it, very thoughtfully shared some key bullet points. And I'll summarize them here briefly. Because it won't surprise you to hear, and the lawyers in the room will be very happy about this, the EU copyright acquis has become a broad and complex framework that underpins how Europe's creative economy operates. Indeed, the more complex, the better. The lawyers can help you out with that, right, Jan?
Right.
Copyright shapes digital markets, cultural diversity, and the platform economy, placing it, and that's what I love about it, at the intersection of cultural, industrial, and fundamental rights policy. But, says MEP Guzina, the framework is under strain. Well, indeed, it's probably always under strain. It is under strain from what she terms as uneven national implementation and rapid technological change. We all know what she's talking about there, including, in particular, artificial intelligence, which she says is testing the balance inherent in EU copyright law. As a result of all this, enforcement gaps persist. The burden rests largely with rights holders, leaving them to pursue costly and complex actions against more powerful platforms and AI developers. And finally, though, and keeping with the theme I think that we heard on the first two panels, refinement, not reinvention, is the answer. We need stronger practical enforcement, clearer application of rights in the AI context, and a renewed balance between creators, technology developers, and users. And finally, MEP Christina notes that the Parliament's recent work, and I believe she's referring to the Voss report, highlights this point. So now I'm going to turn to my panelists. Maybe I'll sit down. I'm getting a little tired up here. It's because I've got the thing in my back pocket. Okay, there we go. I'm going to turn to the panelists now because you've heard enough from me. And we're going to start down at the end with Jan, who is going to help us set the scene by explaining a little bit about the legal framework, this complex legal framework that we've been referring to before. We had a little bit of a Vorspeis from Alain Strouwel earlier today about the legal framework for platform liability under Article 17 of the DSM Copyright Directive, but also Article 3 of the 2001 Copyright Directive. So I'm hoping that you can elaborate and explain that very briefly, Jan. But from there, take us and explain to us a little bit how this applies in the context of AI output liability, and maybe comment on how early case law is developing at this stage. We're still early days. Of course, you're aware of the Light case that is still pending before the Court of Justice. We don't have a decision yet, but there is some case law filtering up from your own home country and elsewhere. So the floor is yours, Jan.
Yeah, thanks, Ted. And also, yeah, thanks for the kind introduction and also for the kind introduction of my family, Ted, who is, I always say it's not my name that the law firm is kind of carrying, but my sister's and my brother's name. But anyway, it's an interesting question, Ted. Liability framework for platforms in the EU. Because good for lawyers, it's not so easy. Yeah, we have Article 17, DSM Directive on the one hand, and we have Article 3, Directive 2001 on the other hand. So how do those two go together for platform liability? Article 17, DSM Directive, only applies to so-called OCSSPs, yeah?
Alain didn't want to say it before.
Yeah, OCSSPs, online content platform sharing providers. I think, I hope I got that right. And these are the guys, I mean, to make it a little short and rough, that host, the hosting providers that also publish. Yeah, you need to host and publish at the same time, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, etc. They are liable under Article 17 for the infringements of their users, unless they meet certain duties of care, I would call them. Article 17 does not call them duties of care, but in my legal world, I would call them duties of care. For example, a best effort obligation or duty to negotiate for a license where it is offered to avoid the infringement, or if there is no license in place, a takedown, and what is also important, a stay-down duty, yeah, is in Article 17. So that's the regime, very briefly, for Article 17. For Article 3, it's kind of the remaining intermediaries, in particular the remaining hosting providers. Yeah? Hosting providers that are not OCSSPs could be, for example, the guys that store only, yeah, cyber lockers, but it could also be hard good platforms like eBay, Amazon, for example, as far as copyright infringements by users of the platform are caused by the users. This is a liability regime that is not in Article 3. I don't know if you remember the wording of Article 3. You will not find the word liability in it, nor will you find anything else that kind of hints to a liability system. It has been established and developed by the CJU in many cases. Probably the most important one is YouTube Suando. For the hosting providers that do not come under Article 17, they also developed certain duties of care. Again, in my legal world, the CJU didn't call it that, but I would call them duties of care. There's also a takedown and stay down duty after they were notified. And what is more, and that's a little difference to Article 17, is as soon as you know that, or ought to know, that there are infringements on your platform, you have to put in place reasonable measures that can be expected from a diligent operator, as the CJU put it. I think that's, and that's a liability system, I think that's interesting, that is now being explored to be extended to other intermediaries, not only platforms, but there's a case pending, a German reference, whether it applies to CDNs, to content delivery networks, for example, this liability system. Interesting, very flexible. I like it very much, not only because it's so complex as a lawyer, a lot of work, but it's very flexible. Duties of care, they're always under a proportionality regime, very flexible to adapt to the individual case. I think for platform liability, that's good. We should see where we get. In the court cases, I wouldn't see we need any new legislation here. In particular, maybe a little remark on Article 17. We discussed this, Ted, before the panel. Everybody, or not everybody, a lot of, let's say, people said Article 17 is going to be the end of the internet, it's going to break the internet. Guess what? This morning I looked it up again, it's still working, the internet. And Article 17 has not really cased an avalanche of cases. Yeah, so it's kind of quiet, and it seems to work. We can maybe discuss why there is so little case law, but it seems to work, and I don't see at the moment any requirement or necessity to change it. That said, Ted has already mentioned it, AI, liability. Can we use maybe these rules that I just explained for liability of AI systems? That's an interesting question. I think yes, we should try it because, as I said, it's a very flexible system that probably can also very well deal with all the questions that can come up regarding liability of AI systems when they generate copyright infringements. For example, the first question that comes up, of course, and that comes up in the like company case, Ted, is who is the infringer? Who is the direct infringer? Who is the reproducer? Who is the illegal reproducer? And that can be the AI system or it can be the user. And that question is in front of the CJU in the like case. CJU has to rule on who is the reproducer, the infringer, the direct infringer. A German court in the famous GEMA OpenAI case has ruled if you can get a copyrighted work with easy prompts out of ChatGPT, it's ChatGPT who reproduces and not the user. And that means direct infringement by a ChatGPT. You don't need any liability rules. The direct infringer is always liable. Yeah? And only in case we have an indirect infringement of the user as the reproducer and not the AI system, we would need the YouTube Suando duties of care maybe, and we could apply them in the way like take down, stay down duties, for example, of course, a little adapted to the AI world.
Okay, well, let's move on to our next question and next panelist, but really following on what you heard, Carolina, and of course you're aware that generative AI models are being trained on large volumes of copyrighted content, often without authorization, apparently. What can be done to address these concerns about compliance with EU copyright law and the effectiveness of safeguards from your perspective? How can EU copyright law, maybe together with the AI Act, work to ensure meaningful, balanced protection for rights holders?
Thank you, Ted. It's good to be here among friends, and I feel we've come a long way, and we've got all the tools. How they play out, that's another story. You know, there is jurisprudence, but there is a clear link between the AI Act and the Copyright Directive, namely Article 53.c in the AI Act and Article 4.3 in the Copyright Directive. So we feel that, you know, in a way we are in the situation we were before the Copyright Directive with online content sharing service provider exploiting massive amounts of our content without prior authorization. But now guess what? It does work. If we notice, it is taken down and it stays down though. Then whether or not we engage into licensing agreement, that's another question. But we see this happening now with generative AI systems, which were not actually envisaged when the Copyright Act was first tabled. So we are grateful to the Commission, but also to the Council and Parliament, that throughout the negotiations that brought to the adoption of the AI Act made this link with the Copyright Directive. But of course now we are left with opt-out, whereas, you know, the whole copyright key is actually based on opt-in and licensing. And I must say that the Axel Voss report that was adopted a few weeks ago, which he was also the rapporteur of the Copyright Directive, which calls for AI and copyright to work on the basis of transparency, licensing, and fair remuneration. That is very much still a question now. And there was a major a press release yesterday from both public service broadcasters, commercial broadcaster VNet, and the German media, calling on national and EU institutions to enforce these principles. Otherwise, our incentives, I mean, our media players' incentive to invest in not only original content, but especially on information which is accountable and fully regulated, will fail. I mean, we can't continue to invest if we can have a decent return on investment on our content. So again, this is, I'm saying I'm positive because we've got the means, but how it plays out, that's a different story. With the current provisions, we at MFE, at Mediaset, with our cinema production companies and Mediaset, which in Italy produce all content for television, we filed a complaint against Perplexity. And guess what? In trying to find evidence to file the complaint, we prompted the chatbot, and the chatbot just, it just admitted that it was using copyright protected materials from our companies. And since 2023, so since the adoption of the Copyright Directive, all of our programs, all of our films carry a disclaimer at the very end, which forbids the use of our content without prior authorization. And the question is that the disclaimer is not recognized because it's in natural language and it should be machine readable. Now, to me, as a lay person, I don't think you need a computer science degree to understand that if these services have hoovered plenty of books and all sorts of newspaper articles to come up with summaries and snippets. Of course, they can have access to natural language. You know, there is a sort of narrative claimed by the AI geeks that keep all non-computer science people
So what you're saying is it was readable by a machine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, and also another question is the fact that you know, we've got elements in. For example, I was discussing this with Emmanuel before. There is recital 106 in the AI Act that states that European copyright law applies even if the training is carried out elsewhere. But that again, that has got to be ascertained in courts. And another major difficulty is that all of these companies are operating Europe under a fair use regime, as you know well, Ted. And interestingly enough, though, even though the Trump administration on 20 March stated that these companies provide now, that these companies have to be compliant with copyright law. Copyright law envisages fair use in the US. So if there is a dispute, that has got to go through courts. And there is a number of court decisions which are very interesting. I've got here Thomson Reuters versus Ross Intelligence in the District of Delaware, but especially Bartz versus Anthropic. And this was about books, but what's interesting is that it stated that books that were acquired in shadow libraries, namely pirated copies, cannot be used as under the fair use provisions. Yeah. So it is all there, but it will take a while before we can see if it plays out. So if there's going to be a revision of the copyright directive, we think that the Axel report, the EP report, should be taken into consideration to make sure that our content is not once more heavily supported by media players in Europe and exploited by systems that will no longer enable us to invest in quality content.
Thank you,
with
Caroline.
Repercussions, of course, on pluralism and democracy.
Thank you. Well, so we're going to see, obviously, how some of these things play out. The interpretation of Recital 106 may come up in the like case. I would just say that the question of where of fair use is not yet resolved in the United States. The cases are going different ways. In the case that you cite, the court actually found that it was quintessentially transformative, and therefore it was fair use, except for content sourced from an illegal. And there it got interesting because of the statutory damages that you can get, and that led to a big settlement. We're now going to move on to Emily. You've heard the discussions. Emily, as I mentioned, is from the MPA, the head of the MPA office here in Brussels, to explain the opportunities and challenges posed by AI for the AV sector in particular. What is the role that the copyright framework plays in this regard? What are the key ingredients in the sauce?
Thanks, Ted, for the nice introduction. I do think you may overestimate how famous I am in this room. I do recognize...
Come on, raise your hand. She's famous, right?
No. I see quite a few new
all the way in the back.
Yeah. Yes, I see quite a few new faces. It's not just an AV sector audience, so maybe quickly Motion Picture Association represents global film, TV, streaming industry, and we have 7 members. Disney was here this morning, of course, NBC Universal, Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery, Sony, Netflix, Prime Video. Only 7 members, but represents quite a big part of our industry, globally at least. I am absolutely delighted to be here today to celebrate World IP Day, because that's what today is all about. And the importance of strong IP has never been clearer today. It's really the cornerstone, the foundation for innovation, creation. And since this is not necessarily an AV audience, I just want to remind that the production of AV works in particular is very high budget and high risk. It's a minority of projects that are profitable that are financing a majority of loss-making projects. That's the reality in our sector, and that really ensures a steady flow of investment and sustains the broader ecosystem. It's why copyright, the most sexy of IP rights, really underpins everything we do, because it gives producers that chance to recoup those investments and take those enormous risks, and it rewards originality, which we, of course, need for strong creativity. This is no different in the age of AI, of course. You asked me about challenges and opportunities. AI is boasting opportunities for our sector. The AV industry has been at the forefront of technological innovation since its origins more than 100 years ago. Now, motion pictures in itself was, of course, a major technological revolution. And ever since, we've been going, innovation after innovation. We've gone from silent movies to the talkies, which was a major disruption of the sector. We've gone to color. Over the years, VFX, special effects, CGI, computer-generated images. And every time we go through such a technological revolution, we've seen that that new technology is really a very important tool in the hands of the creators, because it really enables the creative vision to come alive and for everything to be more immersive for the audiences as well. So AI is an improved tool, but not that dissimilar from what we saw with CGI before. I think with AI, there is a lot of fear when it comes to human creativity. It's very important to remember that audiences' connection to creative works are always driven by the human elements, like the writing, the plot, the chemistry between the actors, and at the end of the day, what makes a good movie is good human taste and judgment. So we don't fear that AI is going to take over the industry. By the way, our industry will never be interested in making films at the touch of the button, because it's all about creativity and originality, and also because we are an IP-driven industry, so we need that human creativity. So those are the opportunities. Of course, there are challenges too, in particular when it comes to unauthorized use of copyright-protected works by some AI model providers, and those challenges are important. But as Professor Nordeman from the famous Nordeman family in Berlin has so eloquently explained, copyright has the particularity of being extremely dynamic, technologically neutral, and it's really a robust framework that we can apply to new technologies. So from our perspective, we don't need new rules, we need respect for the existing rules together with meaningful transparency and enforcement. And as Jan also explained, a lot of the questions in terms of how it applies to AI is making its way through the courts at national level. You mentioned the Lie Company case in front of the Court of Justice, of course. I think what is absolutely key from our perspective is, that we see how this applies and that we keep the exclusivity of our rights, the individual exercise, contractual freedom, which is so key for emerging markets and for licensing. We've seen this through all those technologies that I've described, that strong individual exclusive rights are really what we need for flourishing innovation.
The special ingredients in the sauce. Well, so far you have all heard how much copyright rocks and how important it is. We're now going to turn our attention to Emmanuelle, who's very busy at the moment. She is engaged in Emmanuelle from, as I mentioned before, the copyright unit of the European Commission. She's in the middle of a review of the DSM copyright directive. She's not doing it by herself, and of course, others are tasked with this major piece of work. There is outside contractors that are working on it. Any thoughts at this stage about gaps or shortcomings? What are you expecting from this review? Do you consider that the EU copyright framework has been supporting the kind of constant evolution in production and distribution of content that we've been talking about? Do you consider that it has been well adapting to all of these changes? What do you think?
Thank you, Ted. I think I will start with the second part of the question, which is a bit broader, and I think the panelists before have already replied that the copyright framework remains robust and relevant, even in the current technological development. So just to give a bit of background of this, we had the important WIPO Internet treaties in '96, which have been implemented in EU copyright law with the InfoSoc directive in 2001. So this is really the main directive which introduced the set of exclusive right and also exception to exclusive right to maintain a bit this balance and make sure that copyright protected content can be produced, distributed, and used, including in the online environment. Then we had the DSM directive in 2019, so this is the latest addition to the complex copyright framework that we have. And the objective there was really to address specific needs to adapt to the digital environment. So this is why we had the rules on OCSSPs, so Article 17, but also new exception, which are expected to work in the digital environment. This is where the TDM exception becomes relevant. And importantly as well, rules on the creator's remuneration, which are not specific to the digital world, but which were also an important addition to the framework. I think that this framework is also solid because of this balance between rights and exception. And if I just stick to the two main provisions which have been mentioned here, so the TDM provision, here it is an exception, even two exceptions introduced in EU copyright law, but for Article 4 with this opt-out possibility for the right holder. So again, this balancing element to make sure that the exception does not go too far, and if the right holders want to object to the use of their works under the exception, they can opt out. And also for Article 17, new liability regime, so higher protection for the right holders, but with a list of mandatory exceptions to protect legitimate use of content by users, which have been introduced in the directive and then transposed in member states. So then, whether this remains relevant in the current context, we do not necessarily need rules for each technological development. And I even found the reference to that in one of the recital of the DSM directive. You never read, the first recital of a directive, but they are quite important. And here the co-legislators say that the relevant legislation needs to be future-proof so as not to restrict technological development. So this is important to keep in mind in the current context, but at the same time, of course, I think it is also true to say that the framework is under strain and is being tested by the new challenges brought by AI. So this is why, in the context of the DSM review, we have also to consider this new technological development and whether the rules are still working in this context or if there is a need for additional measures. So coming to the DSM review, this is a legal obligation. So under the review, we have, under the directive, we have Article 30, which mandate the Commission to carry out a review of the directive and present a report. So we have started this work, indeed, with an external study, which is ongoing. And here we take it really as an opportunity to look at the effectiveness of the different rules in the directive and also at whether they remain relevant. So what do I expect from the review? I think I do not want to preempt, possible conclusion, and there will be also stakeholders consultation, which is very important for us to gain practical insight on the functioning of the rules. But I think we already know also from our discussion with stakeholders, with member states, that there are some implementation issues which are serious, like the exercise of the opt-out, which remains difficult. Also, I think for the press publishers' right, we have had discussion with member states under the Danish presidency, and this has also brought to the fore difficulties regarding the exercise of this right in situation where the bargaining position of the press publishers is quite weak compared to information society providers. No. And then there is also the question of the level of harmonization, the different transposition in member states. So this is also what we will be looking at in the review to see to what extent the different transposition have had different effect and whether this has had an impact also on the functioning of the internal market. But we have to keep in mind that this was a directive and that the co-legislator also willingly left some discretion to member states for implementing some of the rules.
No, of course. Okay, well, we're going to try to do one more quick round, circling a little bit back on the piracy element of the themes that I mentioned at the beginning. And I'm going to ask each of the speakers to be relatively brief so that we have time for questions from the audience. So coming back to you, Jan, and I mentioned this in the introduction, about live event piracy, particularly for sport, but also for other time-sensitive items. You can have things that are stolen from the last minute out of a lab before a release or something like that. What kind of tools do we need? What can be done about that? And obviously, if you want to quickly comment on anything else that's been said, feel free, but we'll probably have a chance for that later, too. So.
Yeah. I think we'll leave that to later, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, especially live piracy, I think is an interesting animal because it's very unique. I mean, you mentioned it already. It's kind of, a live event that has commercial value has its value only within a small window. During
like a
the
candle in the wind.
Yeah, and after the end, it kind of loses more or less all its value. Not all of it, maybe, for example, a football match, it would still be interesting to look at the goals shot, but, live is what people are mostly interested in to follow, and so you need something to work within the live window. And that's usually a window where courts are closed and where administration is closed. Yeah, so you will usually not find a judge that will work on the weekends to shut down an illegal live stream, and that's what makes this so special. Yeah, you need, if you have there are two main directions you can take for hosting providers that are responsive, that are responsible, and that's why responsive. You would need them to act immediately, because if they only act the next day, well, that doesn't solve the problem. So you need immediate reaction from hosting providers, and for live streams that are hosted, in, let's say, more robust jurisdictions where you can send as many takedown notices as you want and nothing will happen, you need blocking. You need a robust blocking regime also that works during a live window, and not 2 days later. And that's the great challenge. There's a recommendation from the Commission from 23, which I think is already, let's say, a good step on the way. But unfortunately, it has not led to a widespread harmonization within the EU. And you have very well-established regimes in certain member states that rely on the recommendation, such as Italy and Greece, for example. But look at my home country, Germany. They enacted a new act to block, providing blocking claims in 24, which is 1 year after the recommendation, and they didn't even mention the word live stream or illegal live stream. So it was a no topic for whatever reason, and that shows that we still have a very fragmented scene when it comes to fighting live piracy in Germany. Still, so far, there is nothing, no case law, nothing.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you. I'm going to.
Yeah. And
let's pick up from that because I'm conscious of time. You mentioned Italy, and it was mentioned in the previous panel. Maybe Carolina, you could tell us a little bit about the practical aspects of what lessons learned from the Italian experience, which apparently works very well, although there has been some criticism.
Okay, thanks. Yes, in Italy we have the Piracy Shield, which was introduced by the Italian NRA Agicom, and it works really well because it blocks live streams within 30 minutes, and the big question was how expeditious should removal be. And it targets IP and DNS addresses in real time during the events. Interestingly enough, last July, it was extended to cover all live audiovisual content, including filmed concerts and premieres. And it's very, very effective because disconnections happen within 30 minutes. And also due to jurisprudence, because case law is very active in Italy, now it has been extended to go beyond internet service providers, and it applies also to public CNN and DNS services. I have a number of cases here where it could be interesting, like the Court of Milan judgment in the Medusa and Namecheap, and Lega Serie A and Namecheap. So we believe that the non-legislative instruments, such as the recommendation, 2003 recommendation that Jan mentioned,
and how does it address the issue of proportionality?
Proportionality.
I heard a criticism earlier today, which I understand that there was one instance of overblocking or something, and it's somehow used as a suggestion that the system is not proportionate, and I was wondering if you had an answer to that.
I'm afraid I don't.
I'm happy to. I do think Agicom has put in place checks and balances, and right holders are not, if there is a hiccup, there are a bunch of principles in place to make sure that doesn't happen. So the system has really been conceived and improved to make sure those checks and balances are in place.
So things do happen, but measures are put in place. And if you look at the way the courts apply Article 8.3 across the EU, you see that proportionality is always taken into account. You have to weigh the competing fundamental rights. That's all I was trying to tease out from you. I know you're fully aware of it. We're going to still try to just squeeze in a final comment. I'll take that as your final comment. Not only because I was supposed to switch to
I should have taken a seat over there.
Yeah. Well, don't worry. You can answer one of the questions. Emmanuel, I just wanted, because this discussion, and of course Jan has said, well, we need to move beyond just the Italian, and he's bemoaning the fact that, of course, they don't have anything in Germany, and then every time you want to get a site blocked, you have to go knock on a door in Kazakhstan. What's going to happen next with this live event piracy dossier?
I think it's important to remind the work that the Commission has already done on this, that it's true that in the last 3 years we have really focused our attention, not on online piracy in general, but online piracy of live content. With this recommendation, with a serious monitoring of the recommendation to see really the effect. And now, we published our assessment at the end of last year where we acknowledged that this non-binding instrument was not sufficient to really reduce the level of life piracy. So what we are going to do next is still, being discussed within the Commission, but I think our Executive Vice President has already signaled that the Commission would be ready to consider additional measures to address this issue, and we need to build on the existing frameworks. We are not starting from scratch. I think now the discussion focuses a lot on injunction, but of course we have the notice and action system, which was also mentioned before, which remains relevant, but we need to see also how possibly to improve it, to make it more efficient, in order to take prompt action for live event, because this is the main issue, to be able to remove or to disable access to the content in a very short time frame. So we need to see really the range of existing remedies, notices, injunction, and also the cross-border cooperation between national authorities. This is something which is very important. We have seen that indeed, certain member states have taken strong action to introduce dynamic injunction system. This is not the case in all EU member states, so we need also to assess how to address this disparity now, and also make sure that we continue the dialogue between the national authority. This already exists because we have a network of national authorities working on piracy, but we could also consider more systemic cooperation between national authorities.
Okay. Can I let my last speaker say one word about piracy before we go ahead, Emily?
Yes to dynamic injunctions for live piracy.
Oh, okay.
No, but maybe just to add something, I do think people sometimes underestimate how big the piracy problem is. Just in 2024, I think almost 219 billion visits to piracy websites. And I think people also underestimate how the piracy landscape has developed in nature. It's not about a few illegal downloads and streaming sites. It's organized criminal enterprises that adapt very quickly and threaten consumers with malware and scams, and of course undermine the sustainability of the creative economy. And what you say about international cooperation is really more key than ever, because piracy is completely transnational. With MPA, in addition of our 7 members, we operate the biggest alliance against piracy around the world, called the Alliance for Creativity and Entertainment, called ACE, more than 50 members, and we work with law enforcement everywhere in the world, including with Europol and Interpol, because it's really, really necessary to have that collaboration to really tackle the problem in a 360 manner.
I'm sorry that I've been to cut you guys all off in that last round, but we do have just a bit over 5 minutes, and I was told that we need to open it up to the audience, and that's what this is all about, a little interactivity. Does anybody have any questions out there except for Burak? Burak, no, please. Yeah, his hand was up first. That was a joke.
In case anyone else wants to ask as well. Thanks very much for these really interesting interventions. One thing about what Jan said, and also about the AI-related debates, I think there are now more and more understanding there is an issue with the use of creative works as an input for AI, all the transparency issues, application of EU laws, and we see more and more understanding on this one. There was one point that Jan made, that in the Gamma case with OpenAI, the court established that I see the content, there's an infringement, liability, we don't need to do anything. During the case, OpenAI said, I filtered now this content and it's not available anymore. But the court said, yeah, but now I know that you use it, even if you filtered it, so there is an infringement. So, considering now all these current cases based on the existing original content in the output have rather a short shelf life, and where we know that the content is being used anyway, how can we address the infringement which is actually using the creative content in order to provide the generative AI content is going to be dealt with within, hopefully, maybe in forthcoming considerations on the EU corporate framework. Thank you.
Is that like a rhetorical question, or no? Any other Any other questions? Does anybody want to respond to that? We could create a new sui generis right of something or other. Any thoughts on that?
I think, Borak, you raised an important point that of course the AI systems are adapting. They are not allowing copyrighted works in the output with easy prompting, because that would be primary liability of AI systems. And that's why I think we need to think a lot about YouTube Suando case law applying to the output of AI systems, because then we go into indirect infringements, duties of care, and I think the system is there. Yeah, it's there, and it's flexible enough to treat all the cases there are. At least I would first, try to litigate and see what is the outcome before you do new legislation. At least that would be my point of view, because the rules are there.
Unsurprisingly, the lawyer is saying litigate, don't regulate.
Yeah. Litigate, and then we'll see if there's an issue. This issue, to a certain extent, was discussed at the hearing in the like case. It's not the best development, but this will lead. I think we'll see it. It was discussed in one of the big fair use cases in the U.S. The whole guardrail issue, and I think we're going to see people. It's a duty of care to clean yourself up. Unfortunately, of course, it doesn't necessarily deal with the fact that they nevertheless may have trained without authorization. Any other questions? Comments? Disparagements? Rants? Raves? Well, in that case, unless we have any final words from one of our panelists?
On this last point,
Carolina?
you said that, in any case they train without authorizations. There have been solutions tabled, for example, by the CEO of Mistral, of a global license, but that, of course, will not work out for content owners like ourselves. And also the European registry, if there is that registry, it doesn't mean that it could actually facilitate more unauthorized exploitation, because if you don't join the registry, then our content can be used. So that's not a concrete solution either. But we're interested on the French proposal to establish a presumption of use. That could be a avenue.
So maybe you've heard of these different ideas out there. There's the presumption of use that's going through the French system at the moment. There's this silly idea to create yet another levy that's being discussed. And of course, I understand that a bunch of German professors have they've discovered a new right, a new copyright, which is just what we need. So there is lots of discussion about different solutions. Whether we need to legislate any of them at this stage seems unlikely, when we can litigate them for a while longer and see what the courts make of the existing acquis. We heard from all of our speakers about its robustness. So we'll look forward to seeing that. There will be, of course, consultations on the review of the DSM, and so watch this space. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I should say that you should stick around for final remarks. You should stick around for final remarks. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, everyone, for that discussion. Before we move to our concluding remarks, I just wanted to take a moment to thank all of our speakers across this morning for their contributions, all of you here in the room and everyone joining online for being part of this discussion and this great event. I'd also like to thank send a final thank you to our partners, Qualcomm, of course, for all their support in making today possible. That brings us to our concluding keynote, where we take a step back and look at the level of policy coordination. So it's my pleasure to welcome Nathalie Berger, Director of Competitiveness Coordination at the European Commission. Thank you very much, everyone, for this great event. Nathalie, over to you.
Thank you very much, and I would say thank you very much for making that link between intellectual property enforcement, and innovation and competitiveness. In today's globalized knowledge economy, there's no doubt that the protection of intellectual property is crucial for the competitiveness of most companies and countries across the globe. And we are very strong in the European Union to develop innovation and intellectual property. Efficient and future-proof intellectual property frameworks are relevant in many sectors, from cultural to high-tech, not only for the organizations that are developing the new knowledge and technologies, but also for many third parties that are interested in accessing them and in using them. And I believe that this was very much confirmed in the exchanges earlier today. Now, looking into different areas, I'd like to start with patent. As many other regions in the world, the European Union has developed and continuously upgraded a comprehensive IP patent framework. For instance, by harmonizing the national legislations of the member states and by creating unitary IP rights. And the EU is also promoting the international alignment of IP frameworks, for example, under the WIPO, under the WTO, or through our free trade agreements. And against this backdrop, 3 years ago, we have adopted an ambitious patent framework or patent package proposing 3 legislative initiatives. One of them is still in negotiation, and I'm thinking of the reform of the supplementary protection certificate that is very important for our pharmaceutical industry. And it will result in particular in the creation of a unitary SPC that will optimally complement the unitary patent system that was launched in 2023. And the long-awaited unitary patent system that was launched on the 1st of June 2023 is, I believe, a major success of our single market, and the most remarkable upgrade of the European patent system since it started operating in the early 1970s. This system makes patent protection and enforcement much simpler, more legally certain, and less costly in the participating member states. And by doing so, it naturally promotes innovation and competitiveness in the EU, both domestically and also by attracting foreign investment. And I would qualify its uptake by industry as a rather enthusiastic uptake, which has exceeded expectations. We have seen so far close to 90,000 unitary patents registered by the European Patent Office, and currently, out of 4 newly granted European patents, 1 is a unitary patent. Moreover, about 1,000 actions have been initiated before the new Unified Patent Court, which is broadly acclaimed for the quality and the speediness of its decisions. Now, today, the unitary patent system covers 18 member states. And while they already represent about 80% of the EU GDP, we are confident that additional member states will join soon the new system, and we are really deploying a lot of efforts in convincing the 9 missing member states to join the system without delay, or with the shortest possible delay. Now I'd like to move to the area of designs. As for design protection, the legislative reform has made the Union's design law arguably the most up-to-date in the world, which is good news, as registered EU designs have clearly been a game changer for businesses by providing quick and efficient protection against product imitations, in particular for fast-moving industries. And looking at the latest statistics in 2025, the demand for EU design has further increased. The EU IPO has received, in fact, the highest number of registered EU designs filings in the history of the office, with 130,849 design applications in 2025, which marked a 6% rise and the second consecutive year of record-breaking figures, underscoring the growing importance of design in the European and in the global economy, which is a good sign for innovation and competitiveness. In a nutshell, the new legislation modernizes the design system and strengthens, simplifies, and harmonizes existing design protection across the EU, which is much in line with the trademark rules. The reformed legislation now offers design protection that is fit for the area of digital designs and evolving technologies, including better means to fight counterfeiting in the context of 3D printing and goods in transit, while also finally solving the repair spare part issue after 30 years of controversy. Design-intensive industries contribute almost 16% of EU GDP and 14% of all jobs in the Union, and in an increasingly competitive global market, taking advantage of an enhanced design rights will be key to maintaining strong brand identity and securing long-term innovation. Now, when we talk innovation, I mean, it's very good. We're talking about IP rights, IP protection, IP enforcement. But we also need to look at financing IP and financing the development of innovation. In Europe, we do protect innovation, but we do not yet finance it sufficiently. IP-rich firms raise around 50% less capital than the US counterpart by year 10. So if we go to the start of a company, seed, pre-seed, seed, early TRL stages. In the EU, we are hosting, I think, more than 25% of global unicorn founders. But by scale-up stage, 50% of them would have left the EU and gone to the US. Why? And what can we do to prevent this? Well, we need to work on how to better finance IP-rich companies. You know, those companies which are IP-rich, so have a lot of intangible assets, but do not have a lot of tangible assets. Today, the financial system undervalues IP as a collateral, despite growing evidence from studies and business data that actually IP-owing firms default less, and they cause smaller losses for lenders. They also pay better salaries to their employees, the IP-rich firms. So we are working in the Commission, working together with our colleagues from the EU IPO and working also with the European Investment Fund. We are identifying all related barriers and we are consulting both the banking sector and the businesses, and we're listening to what they need exactly. And that work is now feeding into concrete action. For example, on the development of valuation frameworks, because one of the main issues and the main issue for banks, for example, is to be able to valuate the assets, valuate the collateral in order to be able afterwards to liquidate the collateral in case of a liquidation of the company. So we are going to work on valuation frameworks, on capacity building for financial institutions, so that financial institutions are more aware of the real index value of intellectual property. And we're looking into new financial instruments to unlock funding for innovative firms that today cannot sufficiently access it. And I'm very much looking into systems that we can design together with the European Investment Fund in order to establish systems that will facilitate access of IP-rich, innovative firms to financing. Thinking of bank lending, I'm also thinking of IP securitization and of IP tokenization. Now, this is very important for the financing, and we need to make sure that we can build a community together of different related interests in order to advance our innovation. Now we are at the stage of financing the IP-rich companies, protecting their IP rights. We need to get to enforcement. And there were very interesting debates this morning on enforcement. The protection of IP rights is only a very important side, but one side of the coin. To ensure that our IP system continues to reward innovation and creativity, we must also step up enforcement efforts. A modern and effective European IP framework is only as strong as our enforcement capacities and capabilities. In 2024, I understand that 112 million counterfeit items were detained in the EU, with their estimated value being over 3.8 billion euros. That is huge. And that represents a significant loss for legitimate European businesses. And it's not only about money. It's also about the fact that the sale of counterfeit goods can endanger consumers and workers around the world and feed money laundering, feed the financing of terrorism, drugs, etc., etc. And for many reasons, IP enforcement is and must continue to be a very strong priority. Maintaining a clear, efficient, cross-IP and uniform IP enforcement framework in the EU is of paramount importance for all types of stakeholders, including companies that are not necessarily from the EU but do operate in the EU. When it comes to criminal enforcement, last year, the member states decided to include IP crime among the impact priorities for the 26 to 29 cycle. This is to be much welcomed, and it opens the door for increased cooperation between law enforcement authorities, such as police and customs in the member states, as well as EU agencies and such as the EU IPO, to step up enforcement efforts in a coordinated manner. Coordination is absolutely key in that area. And on civil enforcement, the IP Enforcement Directive, the IPRED, continues to provide a strong and coherent foundation for IP enforcement in the EU. The publication of the IPRED follow-up study in January confirms that IPRED remains fit for purpose. At the same time, it has triggered further discussions among stakeholders and in the European Parliament, in particular on the application of the proportionality principle in patent injunction cases. And we will therefore continue our dialogue with stakeholders and member states to explore ways to support a more consistent application of the directive across the European Union. And simultaneously, we are preparing the assessment of the anti-counterfeiting recommendation. This recommendation was adopted by the Commission, and it addresses both the member states and the private stakeholders, providing tools and good practices to be used in the prevention of IP infringements. The assessment will allow us to take stock of the implementation and of the effects of the recommendation in close cooperation with the member states and stakeholders, and to assess if there is a need for further measures to strengthen IP enforcement in the EU. This will be published in 2027. And last but not least, on customs enforcement, the Commission is currently working on the evaluation of the related regulation, Regulation 608/2013, in light of the ongoing customs reform, to ensure that customs officers across the EU have an adequate tools and legal framework to detect and to stop counterfeits from entering our single market. And there, the cooperation at the level of the member states is absolutely key. And as it has been highlighted in the e-commerce communication that was adopted last year, the customs do play a very key role in preventing the millions of uncompliant and counterfeit goods from entering the EU market. And I'm not even entering into the recent inquiries that were launched against some big names coming from third country jurisdictions, where a lot of items in the millions of packages that are being dispersed onto the territory of the European Union were non-compliant products and products that were potentially dangerous for the health of our citizens. So these are the main elements of our strategy. We are going to continue to work for the protection of IP rights, for the support to innovation and a very strong enforcement. And we will continue to be looking forward for opportunities to exchange with all of you, so work in continuous dialogue with the industry, with the member states, and with all stakeholders and with the European Parliament. Thank you very, very much.